right, welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Call this meeting to order. This is a very special meeting of the Whitefish Planning Commission. It's Monday, February 26, 2026, and we are just after 6 p.m., but we are surrounded by technology, so that's good. So this is a continuation of our last meeting where most of you were present, and we have a full commission tonight. So thank you all for being here. We only have one true item on the agenda, so we will not make any agenda changes. And we'll go ahead and open with, there's no public comment during our deliberation tonight. We'll be discussing land use and the whole package of the growth policy. So any general public comment that you have before we get started, please come up and give that. There aren't too many of you here, so let us know your thoughts. If you go past 3 or 4 minutes, I'll probably raise my hand and ask you to keep it short because we really want to get a lot of work done tonight. So thank you guys, and go ahead and come up and state your name and your address and any general public comments that you may have. Richard, you're usually last. You're going first.
I want to be first.
Well, okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that this is the only opportunity we will have to speak on the growth plan tonight.
This is it until it goes to city council. So, yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Richard Hillner, Whitefish, 5th Street. And I want to say sincerely, thanks to all of you for your hard work and your time and your effort that you've put into this particular project. I very much appreciate it. We haven't always agreed. We probably won't agree with the final product, but I appreciate your work. And to the staff, thanks to all of you. You know, you've put in a lot of hours, and I recognize that, and I appreciate that. I'll try. That wasn't part of my 3 minutes, was it? Who said?
You can start. Start now. Go.
On page 26, it seems like all of a sudden, or at least somehow, the idea of the entire area west of Spokane Avenue got swept into a different function, even though it is still now listed as heritage urban, but yet all of those conditions are urban edge. And this idea of mixed zoning allowances, including, this is what it's stated in the revision, including professional offices, personal services, triplex and fourplex residential development. None of those exist in that area now, so why add those things into it? Take that out, if you would, please. And that was on page 26. Then on page 41, it still refers to naturally affordable rentals, and I still do not understand what naturally affordable rentals are. And unless that term can be defined, I think it should be deleted. On page 53 of 247, goal 2, objective F, it says, discourage new significant subdivision development on Big Mountain, which relies on unimproved secondary emergency access, which does not meet city or county road standards. I would suggest and encourage you to delete the word significant. So it would read, discourage new subdivision development rather than significant, because I don't think anybody else would understand what significant is. On page 208, in the last paragraph, I again urge you to delete, and it says, although Haskell, and this is what I would encourage you to delete, although Haskell Creek Road does provide secondary egress from Whitefish Mountain Resort to East Edgewood Drive, take that little statement out. I think it's important, it's never been done, but also to recognize that Ptarmigan Village and Reservoir Road are single access subdivisions. There is no way out except the way in. And so, Ptarmigan Village and as well as Reservoir Road, those are dead ends. And then, in the discussion on water, Craig, I'm sorry, but on page 219, it talks about it says we have plenty of water, but I'm curious about whether or not anyone has looked at how many structures we can have on fire at any one time and still have sufficient water. I don't know about our emergency water supply. Let's say we have 20 houses, 30 houses on fire all at once. Will we have water to accommodate those? And those are my comments, but specifically going back to my very first one, I really hope that you'll take care of that little issue on that area, particularly the O'Brien-Lupfer section from 3rd down to the river.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Next, general public comment, please.
Hi, my name's Chris Schustrom, 504 Spokane Avenue. Echo Richard's remarks about all of your hard work. Whether I agree or disagree, you've done a lot of work, so thank you for that. I submitted a letter to you this afternoon a little before 4. I just wanted to clear up an issue that was brought up at the last Planning Commission meeting. It was pointed out that one of the concept maps in the mobility-oriented downtown strategy had mistakenly shown the center of downtown as First Street and Central Avenue, and that was a drafting error, no nefarious scheme. It was corrected, and I've submitted a corrected version of that to you now. With that correction, I hope now you can spend a little time focusing on the concept itself. It's a concept that focuses growth inward. It's a concept that focuses on actually completing affordable housing projects within a 5-minute walk and a 5-minute bike ride of the downtown business district, and the key areas are already city-owned. It does not advocate for increasing density, so it's sensitive to the existing neighborhoods, which are already subject to doubling their density by allowing duplexes and ADUs, and it focuses on completing the pedestrian and bike facilities that will ensure that people have safe and equitable access to all of the present goods and future goods and services that are available downtown. And that's a key component. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Chris. Further public comment?
Good evening, Rhonda Fitzgerald, 412 Lupfer. I would just generally like to urge you to be sure and look closely at the mixed neighborhood description, because it still has retail in there, and it after all of the movement in the last week or two, since all of the areas that are recommended for that mostly have touch on the community corridor where those B2 uses are currently allowed, you don't need that in the mixed neighborhood, and those commercial uses would do better with some traffic. They will definitely fail if they're inside of the neighborhood. So I think you just need to take that out, because it's not productive and it isn't called for in Amalupa to expand retail, and it would have a lot of harmful effects on our community. Also, apparently there's a new mixed neighborhood proposed, which I think the map was not, when you blow it up, it's really hard to see. It's not a high enough resolution. But it appears to be the Springs area where there's a PUD for 125 senior housing units. 80 will be independent living, and the other 44 are active adult. So that's going to give us 125 homes for plus 50 or 55, which is one of the needs that was identified in the housing needs assessment. So that's a real win and should be added to the pipeline figure of 175, which brings you to 860. No, 840. So that's pretty great. But I certainly don't think you should change that designation to mixed neighborhood because commercial it's not along the highway. And I'm pretty sure that's the area that was highlighted. Can't figure out why that sudden change, which just came up. It's the bottom one in that picture. And I think that's, I agree with Richard that telling you that those uses occur in the neighborhood, the heritage neighborhood, those uses are not occurring in those blocks that we talked about, and I'm not sure why that was added, because none of those things are there. The fourplex on O'Brien is B3. It's north of 3rd Street. So I think that's a little bit of misinformation. So thank you.
Thanks, Rhonda. Further general public comment? Anybody else? All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you all for all of your comments throughout the years now. Eye rolls and sighs from the audience. Thank you, we appreciate it. And also thank you to staff for sticking with us on these late nights. Hopefully tonight will not be so late, but here we go. Unfinished business. I don't believe that we have any unfinished business. Anybody know of any? No, other than land use and growth policy. Growth policy. Okay, well, it's on our agenda, so here we are. All right, so we will turn to the land use portion that we left off last time because we were deciding we needed a more detailed map that was more accurate. So Thomas is with us. Hello, Thomas. We're going to let him describe this new map that was released on Friday or Saturday, and then ask questions if anybody has them about portions of the map that have changed. So I'll turn it over to you, Thomas.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So at your request, we did take a look at the map, and specifically, we started to do some really detailed aerial work, and the map that you see as revised, I'm not sure if it's on the screen or not, but I can walk you through
I have it on the
if-
other screen as you're talking, Thomas, so that they can see it.
Okay, so if you are looking at that, okay, now I see the screen. You can see the area up at the north of the tracks on Wisconsin. That area was initially urban edge, and as we looked at it, there are some missing middle kinds of housing in that location. And so the recommendation was to go ahead and make that compact suburban. The zoning underneath some of that area also allows for slightly increased density. And so the recommendation was to take that up to compact suburban. We did the same for the area on the east side of town where we had urban edge. That was recommended for compact suburban, as there are some multifamily dwellings over there, some quads, some multiplexes. And so we recommended taking that to compact suburban, which does allow for more zoning district designations under it, as well as better captures the character of that area. Yeah, thanks for that, Alan. And then if you go to the one on the right side to the east, that area was designated suburban, and our recommendation is compact suburban. There was an apartment complex over there, as well as some other multiplexes, and the recommendation was to take that up to compact suburban. I think that was also indicated as an area for potential reexamination by Shelter Whitefish at your last meeting, and that does make sense. We had a couple, that small red area from compact suburban to community corridor. I think that was inadvertently left out of the community corridor. That parcel is right up on US 93, and that was inadvertently left out of the community corridor. That is the same for the very bottom small one as well on the south side, on the west side, that one right there. That was inadvertently left out as well, but that parcel is right up against the US 93 corridor. And then if you go to the one just north of that, Alan, that was the area recommended. That's area B. That was the subject of community input. Generally, the community input did recommend mixed neighborhood. We've had some folks come out who live along Park Knoll have had some concerns about that area. And so the recommendation would be for taking their input into account for the west side of that property to go from mixed neighborhood to compact suburban, but the middle part of the property would remain as mixed neighborhood. So it becomes slightly less dense as you move away from the US 93 corridor to the west. And then the one on the bottom right is the location of the senior center, the PUD, and that is a large multifamily complex that will have, as Rhonda noted, additional units built there. And so the recommendation, given the scale of that, was to accommodate multifamily. And so the recommendation was for mixed neighborhood. So those were the primary changes that were recommended based on public input and us really looking at the aerials and doing some detailed overlay analysis alongside staff. I'm happy to answer any questions specifically on those if you have it.
So the area around the springs that or Alan's cursor is still on, from suburban to mixed neighborhood, that's just due to multifamily. Was that in their PUD? Multifamily?
Well, it's a relatively large development that is essentially a multifamily unit. So to accommodate, it is I think senior 55 and over restricted, but from a character perspective, it does function like a multifamily unit. I think that Alan is putting that up.
Any further questions for Thomas?
Just one. We're in that same development, or in that same place. Is that the only designation that we can give that allows multifamily? Because the mixed neighborhood, I realize that it is not zoning, but mixed neighborhood does often imply allowing commercial. There hasn't been any overwhelming desire for commercial there, I don't believe. And so is there another designation that we could give that would allow for it to capture the character of the multifamily without implying commercial?
Mixed neighborhood is probably the most appropriate for that area. You could, give me 2 seconds, you could look at that area as potentially a compact suburban. It speaks to missing middle housing. And so it does allow for units beyond a quadplex. And again, this is just a character description, not a zoning designation. That could potentially work in that location, but it doesn't really speak to the scale of what is actually being built there. But it is potentially a backup designation.
Yes, go ahead.
I can hear you.
Okay. We were talking last time about when there was mixed-use neighborhoods and there was mixed neighborhoods. And I took that mixed neighborhood simply being one that would allow for homes of very different pricing or affordability, as opposed to including commercial as part of a mixed neighborhood. Now, mixed use, different issue, I understand that. So when you say mixed neighborhood, what do we mean here?
So the mixed neighborhood place type does allow for singles, doubles, quads, et cetera, and it notes larger multifamily units as well, structures as well. It
Okay.
does allow for, say, a coffee shop or a little cafeteria or something that might benefit the neighborhood. It's not a requirement, but it is an allowance. That is what the mixed neighborhood typology allows. The compact suburban is the characteristics associated with the compact suburban are really more traditional singles to quads with interspersed small multifamily units. But to answer your question, the mixed neighborhood currently does indicate an allowance for, say, neighborhood facing commercial, maybe, like I said, the coffee shop, something like that. It's not a requirement, it's an allowance. The mixed neighborhood place type stemmed from some mixed neighborhoods that we observed north of the tracks, the area up along Denver, the area at Denver in Wisconsin, the area at Edgewater in Wisconsin, where you do have small local neighborhood basing commercial development intermixed with the multifamily that is up there, multifamily, single family duplexes. That's where that originally stemmed from because it's an existing place typology in the community.
Right, but yeah, I kind of differentiate that because what we're talking about, there's all of the mixed use in the areas, particularly north of the railroad tracks, are major highway essentially facing. They're not buried back in the neighborhoods themselves. They're on Wisconsin and accessible to the neighborhoods that are behind and along Denver and things. And so I kind of differentiate when you start talking about mixed neighborhood versus mixed use or what you allow there. It seems to me that where you have areas that are not facing a major kind of thoroughfare, the viability and the need for commercial in those areas is not that high, given the walkability to the other commercial areas from that spot. So I guess that's how I'm trying to differentiate in my mind. I think that I personally am okay with the density the mixed neighborhood might allow for in there. I'm uncomfortable with it if it includes commercial because I don't think it works in those areas. I mean, economically or physically is a practical matter.
No, that's a fair assessment, and I think that as we looked at that and re-examined that, I think that the consideration that there could be a cafeteria or something built into that multifamily unit could
Yeah,
constitute a type of commercial use. But to your point, you're right. It is worth noting that the commercial component is an allowance. It's not a requirement because you're right. Will the market put something there? I guess it really depends upon the density that gets built there, whether any type of commercial would be located there. But that you raise a valid concern.
okay, so your idea of what you mean by commercial in these areas would be, it's essentially maybe a publicly available, but a cafeteria or food service that would service one of the developments or one of the buildings or sets of buildings within that development. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's right. That's right. It's and it can be hard to predict exactly what kind of commercial would go into that area, of course, but with the mixed neighborhood designation, it gives you some flexibility and leaves it open so that if the property owner did want to integrate something into that development, it could be integrated.
And that, again, assumes that one developer is going to develop the entire parcel. And they'll get subdivided, and then who the hell knows? So anyway, but thank you. Okay.
You're right. You're right.
I have a question for staff on this. Has that already, I remember that coming through as a PUD, I guess. Has anything happened over there, or is it still just ground that's unbroken?
So, yeah, I mean, they're planning on submitting a building permit for what they got approved for their PUD amendment. And just note that when that PUD was approved as a residential PUD, but at the time we allowed a 10% commercial component of that. And so, I mean, there is that still available within their PUD, but just noting that in general. But, I mean, I don't have an issue either way with compact suburban. I think that's just as appropriate, probably.
Yeah, I guess I'm unclear on how us designating this as that place type would change it in reality. Since they already have a PUD, they're already allowed to build 10% commercial. So this is the type of thing where in the future, if that were to change and another developer came in there, it could potentially do so. Like PUDs are granted all the time and never come to fruition. So if we zone this, if we do a place type a particular way and then it gets zoned a particular way, that's what we're looking at for the future. It could be shops and a few houses there if we do mixed neighborhood now.
Yeah, I mean, the zoning's unlikely to change significantly because it has a PUD overlay already, so.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
One quick
Scott.
question. So during general comments, they were talking about the adding the springs to the pipeline that we've identified as new housing that's coming on board. Was that already included, or do we need to include that? Do you know? Off the top of my head, I don't know. It would be in the housing needs assessment. I don't remember if they counted it or not. They counted anything that had not been built. So if it was permitted and approved, then it was. But off the top of my head, I can't tell you. Okay.
And
Do you remember,
it probably wasn't because it didn't have a building permit submitted. We only counted things that had pulled building permits.
It's highly likely that's going to get built, isn't it? As far as I know. I mean, it's what I hear.
I mean, things change all the time with the
Right.
economy, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I would like to see that number added in there as more on-board housing that's in the works and approved.
Marty, go ahead. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I guess I would just say if we are adding, I don't know, it seems like if we're gonna start adding things in that have a building permit but haven't necessarily, like, they're not imminently going to be built, it seems like there's a lot of stuff out there. that maybe-
Submitted for a building permit yet. We have just heard rumors that they were calling and asking questions about some things, so.
I think they looked at entitled and building and not built. I think they, if you read the housing needs assessment, they had just said what had been entitled or hadn't been entitled but not built. But I don't think they had pulled building permits. I think it was just whatever was left over and had not been built yet. That was the point of that, the 700 units. X amount of units were either platted or X amount of units were approved but not built.
All right, so any further questions for Thomas on this map as it stands now? I think that we can take care of a few things after this conversation. Specifically, this area of the Springs that was reclassified as mixed neighborhood. And it was prior, it was compact suburban, is that correct?
I think it was suburban, actually.
Suburban. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I will make a motion to change it back to suburban from mixed neighborhood. If there's already something in place, and since this is a place type, that's a residential area to me, not commercial. So I would move to change this back to suburban.
Second.
Any discussion, or we want to take a vote?
If it's a place type designation and it's trying to capture the character of what's there in that swath of land, it's not suburban, it's multifamily. So it has to, in my opinion, it has to have some designation that's represents the fact on the ground. And the fact on the ground is it's going to be full of multifamily. So I'm comfortable with, I'm comfortable with compact suburban, but that's my 2 cents.
I kind of agree with Mike. I think given what's there or what's going to be allowed there under the current PUD, and I think it's going to be multifamily. We have an opportunity here. It's already zoned for a little higher density than suburban anyway, or got a PUD on it. I don't think we ought to take that away. I think we ought to encourage that density in there. It's still going to be residential. It's not going to change to that. And so I think if we were comfortable with it, my only hesitation with the mixed neighborhood is the uncertainty of what commercial would go in there or how it would be positioned in there. Because what we really want is as much residential as we can get. And so that's just my weighing. On the other hand, it's not going to be a significant. So I think that given what we're trying to do here is create more opportunities for housing. I think the compact suburban is probably a better place type for that area.
I'll agree with that. And I mean compact suburban. So yes, compact suburban. I agree with all of you for all of the reasons mentioned. So I'll change my motion to changing it from mixed neighborhood to compact suburban.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Okay. Did you vote, Mallory? Okay. Did you get that, Michelle? All in favor, Mallory opposed? Did you vote, Marty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, so let's stick with this map for a moment does anyone have anything on other changes to the map that have happened since we last saw it all together?
Could we go back to the edge suburban that I just want to understand where that neighborhood is?
Yes, is that a question for Thomas?
Yeah, that's the other thing I'd like to make sure I understand.
For sure. Thomas, can you describe to us more about edge neighborhood, please?
So the urban edge neighborhood, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, what I'm focused on basically the Love for O'Brien area. Is that one of those areas that's going to be now an urban edge neighborhood, or did I misread the map?
That area actually was part of the discussion, I think, at our prior planning commission, and it was originally urban edge, and then the recommendation was that it be considered as downtown, as an urban downtown neighborhood, which reflected the multifamily zoning allowances that currently exist. At the planning commission meeting, there was a significant amount of discussion, and they recommended they did not want to see that. They wanted to see that go back to urban edge, with the recognition that there is some, there's a postal facility down there. There is some commercial that does exist in there that is currently allowed by the zoning, and I think the recommendation was to go up to quads, and that's what was incorporated. So that neighborhood was taken back to the heritage urban, but it was specifically noted that along Spokane and west that there was some allowances for increased density, but not to the extent that was originally proposed for the urban downtown neighborhood.
And again, I'm trying to figure out how broad a brush we are painting with this neighborhood. Does this neighborhood go from the river to 2nd Street and over to Spokane, or does it stop at 3rd Street and to the river?
The way it's been illustrated on the map is the area west of Spokane to the river, and then north to the downtown place type district is the area that is designated as the urban heritage with the additional allowances.
So that's Third Avenue, or sorry, Third Street to the river. So those are two dead-end streets, Lupfer and O'Brien, that are some of the densest neighborhoods per acre. And, I mean, as far as I can tell, in Whitefish. That's much denser than any of the avenues already. And I was under the impression when we changed back to heritage urban that it would be the same as the avenues. So I guess I'm not a fan of this being up again to a higher density because it's already very dense with the option of duplexes, ADUs on dead-end streets.
Is the concern here the called out section under land uses, under heritage urban neighborhood? That paragraph there? Like that, we want that to not have triplex, fourplex, professional offices, et cetera?
Yes, that's what, we got a public comment letter a couple of times now from Andrew, and I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name, on Strong, yes, on Central with a group of about 8 different neighbors. And he was calling it the OLC, the O'Brien Lupfer Central. And there was several different historic registry papers that backed up what he was saying, that those homes along those 3 streets, and then also a lot of Spokane, those are all very dense historic homes that already have the ability to be duplexes, which most of those are currently resided in, and then also ADU. And there are not currently professional offices, personal services, triplexes, or fourplexes. There's one triplex. And then the end of Central, there's one personal service hair salon there on those 3.
Across the street, there's also some commercial building that butts up, it's up against the park and the river.
That Remax, or whatever it is.
No, it's actually,
It's a doctor's office across from the
Spokane.
post office is in that district. You also have all
Okay.
the commercial uses on Spokane Avenue, which are all professional offices and personal services.
right?
So, yeah, I think that the area that is in question is O'Brien, Lupfer, and Central, those residential neighborhoods. Spokane and Baker those are, commercial as you drive through, with some residential as well. And the main thing that has been asked is just to remove this, basically this first sentence under primary single unit and duplex, to remove the first sentence from the area along Spokane to, that sentence ends with residential development. So that really what we're calling out there is the manor.
So could you just change that to say the areas along Baker and Spokane have a mix of zoning that allows professional offices, personal services, triplex, and then call out the manor separately so that the rest of that would still fall into the heritage?
And
I
then
think
that
that'd be
would
clear.
leave those residential 3 streets as,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
the same as the avenues. Yeah, I think that's what we all thought at the last meeting, and then it changed. Okay, thank you, Michelle.
I mean, what it says in there is what you guys voted on at the work session, but I agree that it's a little unclear, and it maybe
Yeah.
be better just to call out Spokane and Baker as different, and then the rest of it would be similar to the rest of the heritage neighborhoods.
All right.
To clarify too, with my vote for this, I understood it to read as it reads right now. I'm a little concerned that we took a zone that's WR4 and bumped it down, and then we're talking about bumping it down further in terms of density, taking things away in terms of density.
The only thing I'd say, Marty, is that to the extent it's WR4, that's not how it's developed and has been developed, or probably would be developed. I think if you put the R2, it's still going to allow it to grow and have more density and more units in that area over time, which is what the progress was. And the question is, how many more units in there do we think are appropriate or could be serviced and or would be safe, given the dead-end streets in there? So that's, I view as what we're doing now is clearly an upzone from what is currently there. So it's not necessarily a down zone, it's an actual upzone from what is actually there. That's the concept in my brain anyway.
I guess my question would be then, like, to elaborate more what you mean by an upzone, because like, it seems like we're gonna take it back to mostly single family, which is what it's functioning as. Am I wrong there? Maybe I have what you're saying wrong.
If I may, Marty, to answer. The residents that spoke and commented at some length, and they're rightfully proud of the fact that they've maintained that neighborhood as they like it, by not selling their properties, by not developing multifamily, even though they could have at any time. They're exercising their right to keep their neighborhood the way they want it. But at any point, tomorrow, they could plow a house under and put a fourplex up, or something, whatever the lot size allowed. So it is, Frank, respectfully, it's a down zone. We disagree, but there's the right of the people that are there to do what they want with that property, and we would be changing that, which we can, and the city council can, absolutely. And I also freely grant that there are density concerns, there are parking concerns in that very tight neighborhood that Whitney referenced, that is an extremely dense neighborhood. So I don't know if there is a compromise solution here, or if it is sufficient to the duplexes and ADU allowance. I don't have a strong opinion about it, but I do want to make it really clear that the residents themselves have maintained that neighborhood the way they want it, not the city and not the zoning.
And I, we talked a little bit through the history of this thing, that when that neighborhood when we went through this routine in 2007 or when it was acknowledged at the end of it, that we were going to effectively downzone that neighborhood to what it is, and what we're talking about now. It just never got done. And that was, I will have to say, shame on us as a planning staff and as a council for not getting it done. But we should have, just as we implemented almost all the other things from the downtown master plan and everything else. That was part and parcel of a lot of that stuff. So, I mean, I agree with you, Mike, I really do. I think the compromise really is what the urban historical, yeah, will allow now, and that place type allows now. It'll allow for up to fourplexes. And like I said, everybody still gets up. If they want to sell their property or they want to put a fourplex on it, God love them, have a great time. And that'll increase the density over there, probably as much as it can physically handle. And so I think there's some of me that says, okay, let the market do what it wants. I think I don't want to set us up to fail. It's like, somebody wants to screw something up, I just don't want to be part of it, is kind of how I view this thing. So I hear Marty, and I appreciate that, but I think when you look at what's there versus what under this designation, it's certainly an upzone from what's physically there. So Yeah, it's a down zone, but it's from what it was given many years ago. And so I am comfortable with it, that the practical side is we've effectively identified this as an up zone in terms of density because it allows for up to quads. Yeah, so that's my feeling.
I think maybe I was confused on what you were saying. 'Cause
Okay.
With what we
Same.
wrote,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay. Okay. Okay, all right.
All right. I think we're all clear now, and I just want, if, Craig, do you have any input on those streets, O'Brien and Lupfer, and their ability to handle any type of density further than what is currently there? From a public works standpoint, I know you can't speak for like maybe the full fire department but anything that you can speak to on those two sort of dead-end roads?
No, I don't have any concerns. I think we're in good shape.
Okay. Currently in good shape? Mm-hmm. All right. So we'll go ahead, Frank.
I just, so with that said, in this area, I think Dave's suggestion was where we want to go, is we call out Baker, we call out Spokane as for allowing further mixed-use professional offices and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what I was gonna suggest is just you remove the words extending west to the Whitefish River, just take that out. And then you add an S to areas, and then say the areas along Spokane Avenue, and then you add and Baker Avenue function as a downtown edge condition, and that just quick fix, I think.
I move.
But that would eliminate the fourplexes in that neighborhood, down to duplexes. But that, and again, we're not zoning anything right now.
No.
All we're doing is looking at the place types.
Yeah.
The zoning will come later if we change it. I mean,
Anybody have any?
All right, do we have the wording of that well enough, Michelle
It was
and
flashing on
Alan?
me. It's right there.
Okay.
I don't know why that's happening.
Bird dog.
Give it a second. Just tweaking.
I did. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to, there it is.
Here.
Okay.
The areas,
The areas along. Say downtown
Does this carve out, okay, but then come on. Good, I'm good with that.
All right, everyone, it's been, I'll move right now that this is the language that we adopt. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, everyone in favor of this language? Yes.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Frank, yes. All right, everyone in favor of this language as it appears on the screen? Okay, 1, 2. Okay, we have everyone in favor, opposed is Mallory and Marty. Okay. All right. So that takes care of 2 areas on the map that have been changed or recently changed. Shall we move on to what happened with parcel B? I'm going through this in order of the map, which may be an odd way to do it, and it doesn't really follow the text, but I think this is possible to see what we're doing.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, what did you say?
So let's look at parcel B and the change that happened there in light of community feedback that we've gotten, and talk about where B kind of lands now, since we've had multiple changes.
The changes map, or do you want the overall whole map?
Well,
That's the changes map, and that's the overall whole map here. Let's see, it would be it would be this. We're talking about this right here.
So, from what I understood Thomas to say, this, so, Ellen, you're making me so
I know, I'm
dizzy.
sorry. Didn't mean to do that.
Okay, we need a vomit bag. Like we're on an airplane. So this basically has sectioned off what was B is now represented by 3 different place types. And I think that
it's
was
two
the
different
idea
ones.
before.
It's just two
It's
different
just
ones.
compact suburban on the west and then mixed on the east.
Okay,
This is already community corridor. So I think this like would be the auto dealership and the church in here. Can't remember which is which. Is it which came first? I'm probably having switched. But this is the auto dealership and the church in here.
okay. And so we all know that the wetlands are part of that now part that looks like compact suburban, and that would be
Correct.
taken care of in any permitting
Roughly
or,
through this line right here is where
Yeah,
that corridor is.
The wetland corridor, yeah, is just on the west side of that boundary line between the two.
Basically through here.
Yep. And I think that, the jog in there just follows existing property lines. That's why it jogs like that.
And I could show you the map if you want to see the wetland.
yeah, that would be nice, just to see how it's split up.
Let's see, give me 1 second.
Because I think, well, from my perspective anyway, we've all seen promises to preserve things and then seen the end product and thought, wow, that's not what I thought was going to happen there. I do think that we take care of wetlands, and, you know, that has happened multiple times in Whitefish where we've built or developed around water, but I understand the neighbor's concern, both on Caro and in Park Knoll and the surrounding area.
So you can kind of eyeball it. There's that, I don't know, what's Granite Drive or Vista Drive. You can see that here. So that kind of gives you the scale of where it is. Here's the wetland. You can see it basically just kind of runs right there. So that's kind of the property line, like jogs. Does that make sense?
So what I'm seeing, Alan, is that the wetland is within the city's boundaries currently.
Correct.
Okay.
So it roughly runs along, I mean, it's not exact, but it kind of runs right through here. So so it's kind of like the suburban, compact suburbans on the west side, the mixed neighborhood is on the east side. There's you can actually use that little, what road is that, Park, whatever that little segment is off of Park Knoll, you can kind of shoot with that, right there.
And so there's still a lot to be figured out about this for future development as far as access and easements. That's all way in the future. This
Yeah.
is just
And
something
we're
we're
looking at
identifying as a
10,000
place
foot
type.
view of this. When it comes in, we have a, very robust development standards within our water quality ordinance
Mm-hmm.
that will provide setbacks and buffers. Will require wetland delineation to be done for that whole area if someone does want to develop that.
Does anyone have opposition to how it's been designated now? Because some of this, if no one wants to voice that they're opposed to what Thomas and the staff have done, we will just say yes and move on as it is. Okay.
Madam Chair, I've got something that's in my brain, and I think it can fix some of the concerns that we've got when we start talking about mixed neighborhoods or that kind of thing. If we could, I mean, and Thomas, you tell me whether this makes sense. It seems to me that we are okay with it where that mixed use occurs along a major thoroughfare. it's associated with a neighborhood, that's fine, if it's designated part, but we're more concerned about taking a mixed use or a commercial operation and burying it in the back of a neighborhood where it can't function very well, and difficulty of getting access for it, for somebody other than in the neighborhood, and we really don't have any neighborhoods that are dense enough to self-sufficiently manage that, or that kind of commercial. Does it make sense for us to say, mixed use is fine, but the mixed use has got to, or the non-residential uses in those areas need to be along a major thoroughfare, and define that as Wisconsin, Baker, Spokane, and 93. I mean, conceptually, I think that's where I kind of view these things as manageable and functional, and still walking and functioning to the extent they want to service or have a cadre of people that follow them in a neighborhood that backs up to them, or they back up to. But at least that's what I'm seeing and hearing in terms of what we're really concerned about when you start talking about mixed use. It incorporates a lot of those edge areas like Baker or Spokane or 93. And conceptually, everybody goes, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense. The mixed part of that thing, or the non-residential, that can go down there. We're fine with that. We just don't want it back up against the wetlands, kind of a routine. Does that make sense to us, or does that, given the functionality of this city and how it's laid out, does that make more sense?
I mean, I know in the text of that where it talks about Area B, and Thomas can probably speak to that, but there's language in there that talks about that specific area, and that any kind of commercial development would be abutting future Baker Avenue or Highway 93.
Okay.
And so it's in the text of the document. It's not necessarily shown on the
Down
map.
towards the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it limited to that? I mean, has the lot, has the front on the,
What's that?
is it limited to that? In other words, does the lot have to front on the
I mean, I think it's a general statement in there, and Alan can bring it
Yeah, I
up.
know,
I
I'm
don't
looking
remember
for
exactly what it
exactly
says, but
was. I'm looking.
And I think the recommendation is that the.
Oh, here it is right here. Page 56. I just put bottom paragraph, if you can see that.
And that would be, in addition to stating, the preference being stated clearly there, that it's towards 93, in your case, Frank, talking about the larger arteries. And it still becomes a zoning discussion.
Yeah.
That, once, the place type allows the idea of mixed, and then the zoning would,
I'm a happy camper.
me too.
I'm still having trouble figuring out why we need a mixed neighborhood where you have, like, what is the impetus for mixing if you're already along commercial, along 93, and you have the ability to put higher density residential behind, or, a compact suburban that would allow for a greater density of residential. What is the need for commercial getting mixed in with that residential? To me, that dissuades builders from wanting to build if they're having to build and sell buildings that are a mix of commercial and residential rather than just building residential.
And maybe I got too simplistic here, but the way I understand that is the way that area, what is it, B, that we're talking about now, is it covers some of the commercial area. So that area or that place type already has the commercial in it, and that's where they're saying the mixed uses or the commercial uses should go for that place type. It's not suggesting that within that place type, which covers from the commercial areas along 93 all the way back to the wetlands, they're not suggesting that the mixed use or the commercial uses can go anyplace else within that place type other than along 93. So we're not embedding, if you were, in unnecessary areas, commercial uses. Because that place type, given that size, has already got the commercial in it. We're just saying it's a mixed use, but it all goes down in the commercial areas. So to the extent that that place type has got B2 in it, that's where the commercial stuff goes. Not back behind where we've got mixed neighborhoods. At least that's the way I've read it and the way I've interpreted it. Am I correct?
That's correct. I mean, again, I think which one's the auto, which one's the church? I'm sorry. I think that's auto, that's church. It's a 20-year plan. So if those uses go away, or if this use develops directly on highway, if we just put residential there, that's the only thing that's gonna develop there. But there should be an allowance for commercial directly on 93.
I'm not.
I got it backwards. Yeah, church and auto.
Yeah. And there's already another commercial.
So it would be limiting the commercial to directly adjacent in this area here. That's the wetland right there. You can see it. This would be the rest of it that was recommended, compact suburban.
The idea,
Yeah, I mean, the point of it was because Baker Avenue is going to get extended along there, which is a major arterial, which currently has commercial on it all the way down that corridor.
Right
and
here.
other types of things, and so it encompasses that. But some of that currently on Baker Avenue is still zoned residential.
Right.
When Carter came in, he had his property rezoned, but there's some other parcels on there that he didn't own that remained like 2.5 acre residential right along the Baker Avenue. And so, it does make sense in the future, I think, for higher intensive uses. But just note that mixed use, I mean, the primary uses is single family, duplex, quadrex, and multifamily. Secondary use would be accessory dwelling units, schools, or small neighborhood serving, types of commercial uses. It's not primarily a commercial mix. Right. It's just small neighborhood serving commercial and only appropriately adjacent to Baker and 93. So.
And it doesn't say you have to, it says you get to.
You can't.
Scott, did you have something to add?
I don't
that?
think nothing beneficial.
Okay, so at some point in the future, no one knows when or how Baker should come through there.
It will.
Do what?
It will.
It will. It will.
If it gets developed, Baker's going through.
Yes. All right. So the way it stands now, as it is on the map, Alan, can you put the current map back up? Okay. Anyone have any changes to suggest to this? All right, then I don't think this has been changed by you guys, by Thomas. Do we need to vote yes to that change? All right, so all in favor of the map of B reflecting what it does now? Raise your hand. I can make a motion that Thomas's change. I know, I'm trying to follow what I'm doing too. This is a difficult thing because the map was changed just a couple days ago at our request, but now I'm like, how do we navigate these map changes and make sure that we fully understand what the changes were and how they're going to impact future zoning. All right, so anything further on this map that this is hard because I'm not sure, do we need to talk about every change and say yes to it, or can we, on the whole map changes, we've talked about multiple things, but if there's something that we don't touch on, does it stand as it is to go forward?
Yes, if you don't change it, then this, what they've given you on this updated map is going to stay.
Okay, so anything else anyone would like to talk about on this map? Okay. All right, so let's carry on then through land use. Let's see. Trying to go through the,
Could I ask a question of staff?
yes.
While you're looking?
Go ahead.
This came up a bit at the last meeting. I believe we had some people asking about Zone A and whether or not that is the Whitetail Ridge development that was approved in 2024?
I think it's some of it, but not all of it, correct, Dave?
I mean, Whitetail Ridge is in there, but it also encompasses more area than Whitetail Ridge.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it possible to know, and maybe not, and that's fine, but like how much more is being discussed in Zone A, just to get a sense for how many units we're talking about? Because I know we have to have that. I mean, I guess it would depend on how we decide to categorize it, but I know we have to get those like 2,000 proposed units within the next 20 years. So I'm just, in my brain, trying to factor
I don't
in.
think the plat's been put into
How
the
much
GIS
that would-
yet.
Yeah, it's not in the GIS yet, it hasn't gone to final plat. I mean, Thomas can speak to that, the density. I mean, you don't know how something's gonna develop, and one of the things about the, the compact suburban place type, that is also the place type where we have talked about, if you read the description of it, where we're anticipating possibly some future, very small lot development, like even smaller than the avenues, where there could be a zoning type that we would create that might have a maximum lot size of 4,000 square feet or something like that. So it could be, dense neighborhoods of single-family homes that could be affordable, and not just multifamily. So we don't know how it would develop. If it's attached housing, single-family housing, that'll affect the density of it, right?
Do we know like the acreage at all of how much already is in the works versus how much is outstanding? And maybe not, that's fine.
I mean, I don't have that. Thomas might. I mean, can look up how many units Whitetail Ridge is supposed to be, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
I did find like the acreage of the Whitetail Ridge. I found it in the pilot. It said 34 acres was for that subdivision. I don't know.
77 units in Whitetail Ridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more there would be in Zone A. Like, I don't know how big it is as a whole.
The whole thing? I mean, isn't this it right here? Isn't that it right there?
That's Whitetail Ridge.
That's the city shop on, just below at 18.
That's the shop, yeah. I mean, I could try to run it, if you really want to know. Let's see. Is that it there? I'd have to do that math in my head. 40. I'm not going to have it quickly. Someone wants to do the math. 1472425. 1472425. That's square feet. Plus 191,932. Add those together and then divide it by 43,560.
Somebody,
No, I'll do
Why
it.
do we
All right, hang on. Hang on.
Why do we-
If you really want to wait, I'll do it. Hang on. Oh, no, I was saying that out loud. I thought somebody else, here, I'll do it. 147, I'm approximating, 2425 plus 191,932 divided by 43,560, 38 acres.
all right, so
Yep, 38 acres.
30 acres.
So that is the vast majority of,
Side A is Whitetail Ridge.
Okay.
I thought it maybe would look bigger because the map's small, but it's just that area.
so
That's
which
A.
already has a plat, but it hasn't gone to final plat yet.
Okay.
A couple of things, Marty, we got to filter, because we're talking about acreage versus, and there's density involved, but areas like Whitetail Ridge or Area B that have got huge swaths of wetlands in them that they're not developing. They're protecting and preserving those. The other is that, again, it's, if you look at what's happened over off of Luffer up behind the Wave, that neighborhood was platted, I don't know how long ago, when Bill was, so that was 15 or 20 years ago. And it's
2006
just
or something.
now getting, there's still a couple of lots in there to be developed. And what we don't know about Whitetail Ridge is, again, we're talking about 90 lots or whatever they've got in there, but what density goes on them, it's our, residential 1 or residential 2, but that can be a duplex, it can be, so we don't know what the density overall or ultimately will be in there. It'll depend upon what gets built. So it allows for more density than just a single house, currently. So there's there is density being accounted for in terms of, okay, we can make this available, and that's what you can do with this. We don't have the tools, unfortunately, to force that to happen. Those tools got taken away from us. So, but anyway, that's how I kind of view how we're managing this thing.
But 77, there's 77 lots currently on there. That was what was approved. And so there's a maximum of 154 units. And if everybody put an accessory dwelling unit on there, there would be, okay. So just Marty's point, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're trying to assess how much these areas, A, B, and C,
Could accommodate.
will contribute to the supply. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. I wasn't taking shots.
All right, so any other things to explore on this map that's new to us? Okay, so I want to raise and just quickly discuss the mobility-oriented downtown map that we were provided an updated version of. And I've looked over it. I think it looks like something that we should definitely implement at some point through conversations with various staff members and people who, would actually be implementing this. I'm not certain that it's something that we know at this point how to integrate, but I think to send it on as supplemental material to council so that they can say, this is how we would like to use this, whether it be part of a downtown housing update, there has to be some way to integrate that concept when it's the right time to do so. I don't, at this 11th, 13th hour, I'm not sure how to go through the intricacies of that, but the idea of having specific sites that could be more dense within a downtown area, I'm totally on board with. And anybody who wants to jump in and give thoughts on that, I think it's something that should go with this growth policy to council. But I'm not sure how to incorporate it into what we have already, other than to send it along with as sort of a supplemental material that they can also look at, take ideas from, or they can choose to incorporate it. Yes, Alan?
Alan Tiefenbach, Long Range Planner. I mean, if we were going to do a specific plan or a housing strategy or transportation housing strategy or even a part of the downtown plan, I think it would be appropriate, but you'll never see that kind of specificity in a community plan, a comprehensive plan. It's just, that's a specific plan level. So, I mean, if the council decides they like that approach and they want to update the downtown plan, or they want to do a strategic housing plan now to look at available parcels and how we can fit some number of units in it, it would be appropriate, but it would be a level of specificity that you don't see in a comprehensive plan.
But is it something that can be passed along to council?
Well, when you say pass along, I mean, it's going to be provided into the public comment, sure. I mean, they're going to get a copy of it.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this?
I do like the putting an objective into transportation regarding the protected bike path development. I think that that's something that's appropriate to a growth policy. Ellen?
There was already, it was actually added by the Whitefish High School students, if you remember, when we did transportation. They made I'm paraphrasing it, I'm sorry, but they made a motion about, with separated bike paths being the preferred option.
Right, and that was.
That was added into the objectives in the transportation element.
Oh, it was, okay. And
Yeah, it talks, I can't quote it, but I can find it if you want me to, but in the transportation element, there's some language about separated bike paths, and it says that's the preferred option. That was added by the Whitefish Youth Advisory Committee, and eventually the Planning Commission added that.
And then the detail that was in the Crandall-Arambula plan would be more appropriate. The detailed places for this protected bike path network would be more appropriate in a transportation specific.
Yeah, transportation plan, a safe race to rest of school plan, a safe routes for all plan, but not in a comprehensive master plan.
Yeah, I wasn't on the commission when you did transportation, so I'm just trying to catch up. Thank you.
Scott, did you have anything to add?
I was just going to say, as I was looking at this and I was trying to sort out, it sort of was jointly supported by Shelter WF, Heart of Whitefish. It seemed like there were some differences in the densities that were being proposed, and it was just too much for me to kind of process all of that in a way that, not being a planning professional, I didn't feel comfortable saying that I had that figured out. So I like the suggestion that you're making to an extent. I agree with Mike about the specifics of it, that certainly that separated bike path corridor is a great idea, and I don't want that to get lost. But my 2 cents.
Well, we're going to go back to transportation tonight.
Oh, well, maybe we can.
Let's all go together. All right. Anything from you, Frank, on this? Okay. So I guess that here, unless somebody has something else on land use throughout. Yes, Mike, do you have anything else on land use? Oh, I think things on land use. You do? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, so go ahead with anything else on land use, because we're still going to try to make it through more tonight, so.
Wait, do you mean like land use as a whole or on the map that was pulled up?
So, yeah, we asked a couple times. I don't think there's anything else on the map specifically. I didn't hear anything else. Then we talked about the map that was presented, Crandall-Arambula, the concept as a whole. I think all of us are in favor of that concept as far as we understand it from the latest thing. And I know that that will be presented to council with our comments now, that most of us who've spoken are in favor of that. Just figuring out the right place to put it, and then we'll look at the transportation section for the bike path and where the part that Alan referenced is the protected pathways are already incorporated into transportation. So now I guess we'll just, anything that people have on land use, since we've finished with the map, go through that. That makes sense. Okay, go ahead.
I think we've heard a lot of, there were kind of 3 major areas of public comment, it seemed. There was one around the Lupfer zone, there was one around the Park Knoll zone, and then there was a lot of people who made comments about having more density within that 1 mile radius closer to town. That was part of Heart of Whitefish's comment. I know they had different means for it, particularly with like developing parcels, but I think Shelter WF did have a few like specific items within the place types, and I think some of those are really adjacent or not that far off from these designations that we already have. So I would be interested in visiting some of those if we're willing to, if this is the spot to open up something that big. But.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anything that you've seen in a comment or that you agree with, now is the time to say, let's look at this section or this place type, per whether it's public comment or ideas that you have throughout this process.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, with Shelter Whitefish comments and WF, Shelter WF, I don't know which ones you're referring to, but they, actually it was a good way to do it. They suggested add their comments directly into the place type descriptions. That would be the easiest way, to do this, directly into the place type descriptions.
Okay, so for urban edge neighborhood, I'm just starting with that one.
Let me
'cause it's
find it,
The
sorry.
first, yeah, you're good. They did have some recommendations for heritage urban as well, but I'm trying to be respectful of the amount of comment that we've heard about the avenues. So I'm hopping over that one.
Find it quickly. Oh, there it is, okay. Where are we at right now? Heritage?
Urban
Urban edge?
edge.
Right there.
Yeah. So I think with that one, there was a suggestion to add townhomes to the land uses and then to increase the height to 2.5 stories. So I would motion for both of those things. I don't think they're that far off from what's already there.
I don't know why this is flashing. Townhomes.
I'll second that.
Wait, so townhomes, and then what was the other thing?
2.5 stories.
That would go to 42 feet?
I'm just guessing.
So what's the difference in saying 2.5 and 42? I mean,
I think it's easier to
some-
regulate, I mean, it's
mean,
kind of
it's-
harder, go ahead.
I mean, you can do 2.5 stories and 35 feet, but I'd be hesitant to change the height because, I mean, that is one of our legacy homes incentives is to go higher, to try to get affordable housing, so.
say that, is your mic on? And I really can't hear you. Sorry.
I wasn't suggesting raising it, I was trying to clarify what 2.5 stories was. So,
I think
Yeah.
that was Dave's comment. The more height that we give, the less we lose. The more height that we give by right, the more we lose with legacy homes.
Yeah, we don't have any to give up
Right.
in
we have
exchange
nothing
for.
very much left.
So
So
what
just
is
know that.
2.5, what is a half a story? I'm really not,
We just leave it at 35 feet and
yes.
I don't understand what a half a story is or why. I'm really asking anybody, what's a half a story?
I mean, it could be a loft space, it could be a sunken living room space. The Firebrand's a good example of a half a story. When you go inside the lobby, there's, between the first story and the second story, there's a mezzanine. But it's not common in residential construction to have a half story.
Is that anything that we would know? I mean,
Again, right now our zoning doesn't tell you how many stories, it just gives a height limit, right?
Okay.
So, unless you're in the downtown and then it talks about it.
okay. Have we had a half a story reference anywhere else in this plan?
Not in this plan, no.
Okay, sorry. Do you want to say why, why? I'm confused. If you like a half a story, I just want to know why or what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I will be honest here. I was responding to the volume of public comment we had about this topic generally. I trusted in the expertise here. At the same time, if people are against the half story, that's fine. It seemed like kind of an easy thing to tack on in there. So I'm not a city planner. I'll own that.
Just to note, a half story could be like an attic space with some dormers added, where it's not full height all the way through, but the dormers provide that, which is, some of those older homes with pitched roofs. Technically, it's a half story, although we really just call it a second story if it's the second story, but. Yeah.
Can I ask a really silly question? Do we care one iota whether it's 1-story, 2-story, or even 3-story if they stay within the building height that we've set for these areas, or by right?
I think sometimes, in the context of scale, we do. If every other building is a 2-story building, and then you've got a building that's higher with 3, Avenues is a perfect example. Those buildings are less than 32 feet high. They're
I know they are.
25 and 2 stories at top, so that would be your argument, is whether a 3-story building would fit there.
Yeah, no,
And note that,
Scaling
the
that.
zoning is going to determine that.
Right.
This is this is general stuff and 1,000-foot viewpoint of what should be appropriate, but there might be, modifications in that when the zoning gets adopted.
I'm not opposed to saying 2.5 story. I just didn't understand what it was, but if it's something that would encourage architectural differences and that height limit is still 35, then I'm fine with saying 2.5 and seeing what people build. That'll be fun. I don't know, maybe. Anything else on that? So we added townhomes and 2.5 story. Okay. And what else did you add? Entry feature?
Would that need to go into the typical defining features also, Alan, in land uses, the townhomes? piece?
Oh, yes, thank you. Is that correct, Thomas?
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah. And indirectly,
Can you see what I'm writing as I'm writing it, Thomas, on your screen?
I'm sorry?
Can you see what I'm writing?
I can, the resolution is a little bit low, but generally I can. But I understand the idea for the recommendation for townhouses. They're generally included in quads. But it's nice to clarify it, so I think this makes sense. But I can't see exactly what you're writing or typing.
A motion and a second, and I think that we've discussed enough. All in favor of these changes, raise your hand. All right. Unanimous. 2.5 stories, here we go. It's making me laugh. All right, further recommendations on place types.
So there was another one here, kind of jumping back to that, allowing more density within that 1 mile radius. Suburban neighborhood, there was a suggestion from Shelter WF to add triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes. I would add to that personally, because I know that's kind of a big list here, but I would also add to that cottage courts. I would motion to add those things, with the understanding that I am flexible on that.
On suburban neighborhood?
On suburban, yeah.
I'll second that.
So say that again, please.
Sure, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, those all came from Shelter WF, and then came from me would be cottage courts, just for clarification for Michelle.
Just out to Thomas, sorry, you did have duplexes at corners or along edges. Would there be some way that you would recommend this, or do you understand the question, Thomas? In suburban neighborhood, you have.
I do, I'm looking at,
Duplexes at corners or along edges. How would you write that?
well, that's what is currently in the place type description. I think that it almost seems as if the recommendation is really more a descriptor of compact suburban. Because compact suburban does allow for the cottage courts, the missing middle housing, the quads, et cetera. I think that the recommendation feels more like maybe it was intended for compact suburban, maybe?
think it's already in there for compact suburban. I think the general goal was to allow more density within suburban because it is such a large area of the city map. How to get there, if you have something that feels more fitting for suburban, I am open to hearing that.
So the suburban is the very light yellow in this map.
Mallory, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if instead of changing suburban, if we just have a discussion about looking at the areas that are currently marked suburban within that mile zone and see what areas feel like they would be a better fit for compact suburban, and then instead of changing the suburban place type, instead maybe changing some of the current areas that are currently listed as suburban into like that compact suburban, if that makes sense.
So, Madam Chair, I would just like to say, this is exactly what I was talking about when I started getting lost in the weeds about the densities, the change in combining densities. So, I mean, I think we came into this with a pretty clear understanding, and now we're talking about changing them substantially. And I would be opposed to that.
If we were doing a 1 mile, if you can see my cursor, I didn't draw a radius, but I'm assuming we would be picking up, can you see my hand?
Yeah.
I would assume it's gonna be some part of in here is gonna be changing. I would have to draw the mile on the GIS, but I think it would be somewhere in the Caro Estates, 5th Street, Geddes, did I pronounce that right? Geddes, all around in here would probably be changing.
Well, and I
East of Caro.
I guess I'm not opposed to that, right? I just don't know what that is. I mean, I couldn't, in my own mind, get clearly enough settled as to what that really looks like. And it just feels like now that we're in the last moments of this, to introduce such a dramatic change that I'm just not comfortable that I know it well enough that I would be supportive of it because of the densities changes. There's a difference.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a difference in changing the description of a place type and changing something on the map that a wide portion has been designated suburban because that's what it looks like when you stand on the ground there. And changing it at the last meeting for us seems unfair to me because most of these changes that we're making are because people are coming forward and saying, please change this. And for us to look at a map and say, I would like to change Geddes, I can't in good faith do that. Adding townhomes to a description is different when there's already a duplex possibility. But changing something large on a map when nobody that I've seen is asking for a specific area to be changed, I'm not comfortable with picking pieces of the map to change on my own.
I understand. There was a volume of comments about increasing the density in the suburban area. I agree that picking and choosing a particular suburban area would be very hard. I have a compromise, if anybody's interested in hearing it.
Certainly.
We love compromises. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is, when we look at the suburban, the very large swaths, currently, I think that we have to give credit to both the existing homeowners who have they have a vested interest in their neighborhood, but also a real volume of comments regarding this increased density. So a very slight, gentle way of approaching this might be, currently we can have single family, we can have duplexes, and we can have an accessory dwelling unit on a property, pretty much for the asking, within the limits of the lot sizes, et cetera. What if we added triplexes to the suburban neighborhood? Because that allows for 3 units. It seems, if we're allowing, in theory, we're allowing 3 units anyways, but it would be oftentimes impractical to put a duplex and a single, and an ADU. Like, to build two buildings would be ridiculous. But if someone was building on a lot and they could build a triplex, it accomplishes it shortcuts us to getting a little more density. We might have more. And we're not talking about really changing a huge scale of the buildings. A triplex is not a shocking thing that's in my opinion, of course. So I would motion.
Maybe before you make a motion, could we have
Please.
some discussion about that? That is temptingly, and it's tempting, right? My concern with this would be that I think that that's a discussion that maybe council should be having and not us. I mean, this is the kind of the drilling down sort of thing that I'm not opposed to it, right? I mean, just my thought is that at this late stage, at this point, I think these are the kind of tweaks and stuff that council should be making rather than us.
Alan,
I
go
guess it
ahead.
depends. I mean, if you added this, it would be a discussion council will be making. It would be a policy decision. I don't care how we do it, but if we added it in there, it would be in there, and they would be talking about that because I would raise it.
Well, if we didn't add it in there, the public can come in and make their case.
Then it wouldn't be the planning commission adding triplexes.
Right.
Yeah, you
I'm
can,
just-
go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm dominating the conversation. Go ahead.
We can have a motion, and then we can discuss a little further after we hear what the motion is actually, and then vote, and then if somebody has a different idea, that's fine, to get us out of suburban world. Go ahead, Frank.
Just to clarify, Mike, you make your motion, but to clarify, you're talking about adding triplexes to this description as long as they're within 1 mile of the city center, or just for all suburban? Okay.
And where these get built, the city's not that big. All supply is good supply. I mean, obviously, there's incentive to build within a 1 mile area for reasons of walkability, et cetera. But I would not get that granular on this, and I would just say, my motion then is to add triplexes as a land use typical defining feature in suburban neighborhood.
Just in that part.
Just to clarify, you have a motion on the table with, so you would need, did they recuse?
No, they have not recused. I was saying no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Marty and Mallory have a motion on the table first. So if you want to make that motion, you can ask for a friendly amendment to Marty's motion, or I can't remember who made it first, Marty's motion. Or you should probably decide on that first one and then move on to Mike's, just for the clear.
The townhouses in 2.5 story, is that what was left open?
No.
No,
No.
wait.
The
whole-
large increase in density.
Yeah.
Thomas,
Okay.
would we only add triplex in the defining land uses?
Say that one more time, Alan.
Would we only add triplex in the defining land uses? And the reason why is I'm kind of confused on the top one, it talks about on corners or along edges. Would I add it there too, or would I just add triplex in defining uses?
I think it would be under secondary, and I think you would want to be specific with regard to the corners if that's the motion that you're entertaining.
Okay, so first we're gonna entertain Marty's motion. She's gonna restate it. So it's been made and seconded.
I'm sorry, this part is the new part for me. Can I amend my own motion?
You can withdraw it and make a new one.
Okay,
Withdraw it,
I'll withdraw it, and then I'll make a new one to add triplex to land use.
I'll second that.
To suburban.
And Thomas recommended it be added to the secondary uses rather than the primary.
To the secondary uses then.
Is that correct, Thomas?
Yes, that would be my recommendation. I think that's in line with the intent of what you are trying to do.
Can I ask a question before we vote on the motion?
Please, yeah.
Is is the triplex proposal as opposed to a duplex
And an ADU.
and an ADU? Or is this a triplex plus an ADU? I think I know what you meant, but I just want to clarify.
What I did mean, and what Marty's motion, I don't know what Marty's motion means, but what I did mean was that in theory, there could also be an ADU. However, given the lot size limitations and coverage, I don't think that would result in many places where there were 4 units. But I was not thinking to preclude ADUs
On a triplex?
on a triplex lot. I just don't think that looking at lot sizes in the suburban neighborhood, it's not going to fit in almost any of them, so.
Mallory, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give some context for my own experience within that like mile range and of a suburban neighborhood. My parents live over by the dog park. And there are houses next to my parents getting built by right that are like 6,000 square feet. And so I just think it's important when we talk about allowing like a duplex or a triplex. Right now, we are allowing like McMansions to be built by right. And if the idea is how do we allow our city to grow incrementally over time to provide houses that folks who don't make a ton of money can afford, I think like the triplex is a great addition. Like around my parents' house, there's huge lots. And this would be a great way to allow gentle density to absorb. It's within that mile, it's near schools. And I know not all of the suburban areas are, but that's just kind of my own context when I think about some of these areas.
All right, we'll go.
Yeah.
Alan, go ahead.
I apologize, Thomas, if you already mentioned this, but the intent of secondary, because I'm trying to remember if that was defined in there. When we talk about secondary uses, what are we meaning?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that's all I understand.
The intent behind the secondary uses is to recognize and allow that there could be gentle infill for those kinds of uses throughout the neighborhood, but they would not be the primary characteristic that you observe when you're in those neighborhoods.
Understood. Thank you.
I have one.
You
Go ahead.
first.
Yeah, I have one question. As far as suburbia in and around Whitefish and HOAs and covenants, is that, I mean, obviously an HOA would preempt this, so it's not something that we would need to think about. It just couldn't happen
Well,
in
an
those areas.
HOA can be more restrictive than zoning, but they can't be less restrictive.
Right.
So, and the city does not enforce covenants. But a neighborhood with a new subdivision, there's some existing ones like Creekwood that have strict limitations on how many units, that, you have to have a rocking chair on your front porch, things like that, right? But a lot of the older neighborhoods don't have those.
All right, thank you. I'm going to let Mike go first since he was about to ask, as I did, and then back to Scott.
Additionally, that this, as we've said 100 times, not a zoning designation, the place type. Concerns about, where triplexes might go could be addressed as with the zoning designation within the place type of suburban. So if there were areas when the zoning overhaul happens, and there are places where we don't want triplexes, it's not appropriate for whatever, then that area could be zoned to limit that space to not have triplexes. We can't go below duplexes by law, but we can at least limit, there are potentially places that zoning could handle concerns about too much density in a suburban area.
Scott, go ahead.
So when I was tempted, I was with the understanding that what you were proposing would be a combination of the duplex with the ADU. And so I would not be supportive of that addition. And I thank you for clarifying.
All right, I'm going to tell everyone right now that any changes that we make that are like giant to place type, that this just seems very wrong. When the place, because the map just changed, when the map changed, but we still had a few meetings left, and the public was able to come out and say, I saw the map, I liked it, and then I saw it again, and it was different. Now we are basically precluding people from having any time to say other than at council, which I'm not sure how engaged. I hope people will still be engaged, but because they've been so engaged for 3 years, I'm not sure how much people are going to come back. So for us to make changes here at the end that we haven't talked about and begun to do, I'm pretty uncomfortable with it. Other than things that we've been talking about for weeks, like we've known what suburban was going to be, and we've changed some things to compact suburban. We've changed a few things on the map. At this late in the game, I'm uncomfortable with changing big general things. So I just want to be clear on that. If there will be some of the stuff that I'm not going to support, because I don't think it's fair here at the end to change it. And that's my 2 cents. Anything else before we vote on this?
You need a second on that.
On what? Oh,
We need
okay.
a second on Marty's
I think we had
motion.
it. Mallory
seconded
seconded
it.
it.
seconded it.
Thank you. We didn't
Yeah.
hear that.
All right, so the motion is to add triplexes as a secondary use in suburban place type. All in favor of this addition, do what?
I'll second the motion.
It's already, so it's been seconded, yeah, to add it. So all in favor of that, raise your hand. Okay, so, and all opposed? Okay, so everyone in favor except Whitney and Scott opposed to that. Okay, so that gets added. And I think these are good things for council and neighbors to be able to talk about. I'm concerned at this late in the game that we're changing maps and changing things, which will happen until the last second and the next 3 years too, so. Next motion around or inside of place types. Anything else?
I would like to make a motion on the annexation areas, zones D, J, and K. And I'm asked that they should be designated as transitional compact suburban neighborhood instead of existing transitional suburban neighborhood classification. Sorry, I don't know if that was too much in my motion.
Okay, give us a second to get to the D, J, and K areas.
What page or approximate page?
59.
Okay, tell me where you wanted to add that now?
59.
D, J, and K.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm just trying to figure out where did you want to, give me what you wanted to add it and where?
Okay, hold on. So on page 59, it says locations D, E, J, K, and L encompass approximately 700 acres based on a scenario planning exercise that applied the compact. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what I'm saying is, my motion is to, for the annexations zones D, J, and K, I'm asking that they get reclassified to transitional compact suburban neighborhood. And that's because they're within a mile of downtown Whitefish.
I think they already have that, don't they?
It looks like it's suburban designation, if that background color, or maybe I'm not seeing it right.
I think those are currently recommended as transitional suburban. You're right. So the recommendation would be to go to compact suburban. That's right.
What line would that be, Thomas? Read me where that is.
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear you.
Read me where that would change. I'm just trying to find where it is to red mark it.
Well, it's on the map.
It's actually on the
Doesn't
place
talk
type.
about it in the text. So it's the transitional zones on the future land use or the place type map, but it doesn't really talk about it in the text.
Alan, if you go back to the map, you'll see the color designation that it's transitional compacts or transitional suburban, and the request is for compacts, transitional compact suburban. If you go up to the page above that,
Are we on the place type map or the text?
Just scroll up just a little bit so we can see the annexed areas that would be J and K, and D is north of the track. So there's J.
D
and
is
K.
north of the track, so keep going north. That's right. You're right. There you go. Unfortunately, I can't annotate on this, but D is to the north area, annexation area D is to the northeast. And then, let's see, J and K are over near Caro Avenue. Those are the three that I think were recommended.
Okay, all right, I got it. So can you see my map, Thomas?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, let's see if I got this right. So it would be CS on, I got it, I think I understand what's happening. Do a better job there. Nuts.
Yeah, Frank, were you going to say something?
Sorry.
I do. I mean, Mallory, I can kind of agree with you with respect to D, the area that's up above, north of the tracks, I'll call it. These areas that are down along Caro, given what's in that area, they're currently not populated at all. And given their distances from town and what's between them and town, I think the suburban designation fits appropriately. The compact suburban, not necessarily. And so I offer that, and because I can see where all of the areas where, anyway, that's my thought.
Yeah, and I totally get that. I think from my perspective, annexation is kind of the last line of what we want to be doing, right? So I imagine that if we are
I'm just not doing a good job.
getting to a place where we are annexing property, and maybe this is just my understanding of the way I read the document, is that we have kind of built out a lot of the areas, and so that's kind of like that 20-year vision, and 20 years from now, if we're annexing, ideally we're annexing because we've already built out. So that's kind of how I envision it, right?
Yeah, and we need to be cautious here. It would be one thing if the city of Whitefish could, in fact, annex of its own volition. We cannot. And so those areas along, particularly on Caro and even along Edgewood up there, somebody will have to, and they can come to us at any time and say, I would like to annex and put whatever right there and right now. And I think that that's something we need to be kind of cognizant of. And to some degree, I kind of hope that happens if we put the right designations on some of these properties, because those are some areas that are, I'll call low-hanging fruit in terms of getting more units and that kind of thing. My concern is that, and we can, a 20-year vision, we're going to revisit this every 3 years. I can see naturally the areas that is north of the tracks, up along Edgewood, that makes some sense for me to go to compact residential because that's kind of what's already there and associated with it. The areas down along Caro in that area, not so much. And so I guess my feeling on it is if we want to change, I would support changing that area north of the tracks, leaving the remainder as suburban, with the idea that we're going to revisit this as we move forward. So that's my thought.
Go ahead, Scott.
So at least, sorry, in that, on that Edgewood, if I'm not mistaken, there is already one platted county subdivision out there. So if they wanted to come in, they're all ready to go, they're not going to be bound by our plan for expansion over the 20-year period. And I think that there's a lot of that out there surrounding town right now. So,
May I?
please.
My feeling on that is just as has happened along Caro 20 years ago or so, when somebody came in and asked to be annexed into the city, wanted to put 56 homes in there, and his theory was they'll be affordable. They were not. It was density that was inconsistent with where we were, and the city simply said, no, we're not going to annex you with that. And I think the idea, Scott, at least my idea, is that if somebody in the CS, whether they're currently platted or not, they want to come on to city services, I get to kind of choose what designation goes on them. That's part of what our annexation routine is. We will annex what we want. We are not going to annex something we don't want. And so I think that's one of those things that I think in terms of thinking through annexations and putting designations on that may already have some other plats on them, it's like, okay, have a great time, but you don't get to annex until you want to play where you aim. That's my view, and that's what I think at least this council views life as. We'll take it if it's what we want. If it's not what we want, hey, have a great time. So that's my theory.
So Mallory, does what Alan has written up there on those blocks, does that describe what your motion was?
Yeah, but I would like to hear what other people have to say before, because I would be happy to change it so that it's just the area north of the viaduct to start. But I'd like to hear from other people.
That's what I support.
Go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, how would you feel, Frank, about J being the compact suburban because it's a little closer to town? And
Where's J?
K, it is
So-
right next,
J is on the east side of Caro, and K is on the
yes,
west side of
there
Caro.
you go. And K being suburban. Just because one's a little closer, a little more density, one's a little farther, a little less density.
I'm not interested in that. How's that?
I don't know that anyone has seconded my motion either.
I'll second it.
And what is the totality of your motion? Is it all of the areas, or is it just?
I kind of wanted to hear from everyone first, and then I may rescind my motion and do a new motion.
Okay.
I view the majority of these places as currently agricultural and close to other things. It's farmland. If it's to be annexed after the A, B, and C that we looked at, that seems like something further in the future as far as designating it. I'm not opposed to redesignating it, but I also don't have an issue with it being a designated, however, transitional zone now. And again, because it was already designated and on a map and people saw it, I'm not a fan of changing it right now because those people don't know, hey, your transitional zone might change as far as place type. They likely won't care that much, but they might. So I'm not going to support changing this. I don't honestly think it matters right now.
Just my 2 cents since you asked. I'm going to be the middle ground guy again and say I'm down with the idea of the, what is that, D? The northeast section on Edgewood as being compact suburban. Frank's point about the way Caro is out there right now, and the way, frankly, the road is, I would say that might wait to see how the rest of the development plans, the rest of the development pans out over the next 3 years. I like the idea of compact suburban in all three, but for right now, I think it's probably good enough to have compact suburban since we tweaked suburban. So that's what I got.
So I'll rescind my motion, and instead I'll motion that we change D to compact suburban development.
And I will second that.
All right, all in favor
Well,
of change?
we have
Sorry,
discussion
go
on
ahead,
that one.
Scott, sure, yeah.
So that's the area where we're talking about a railroad crossing to grade, right? That we're, I think we need substantial improvements to handle increased density in that area. I don't think it's safe. And so I would be opposing it on that ground.
Where are we on a second railroad crossing there? I know there was some funding in question. We were asking, begging, what's happening?
A long way away.
Too
You
far.
sounded like God when you answered that. A long way away. All right, thank you. Does that give everyone enough information to vote on this? All right, all in favor of changing D to compact suburban, raise your hand. Okay, all right, so did you get that, Michelle? Yes. All right. Further motions on place types or anything further in the land use plan?
Can I hop off of place types for a sec here and travel back in time to page 11?
Sure.
I don't think this will be too big of a thing, but who's to say? And it is page 11 under my document, which might be a little bit of an older version. It's under housing projections. Paragraph 2. Wait till Alan gets there. So the second sentence at the second paragraph, the last sentence says, use resort tax revenues to help fund mixed-use projects that include affordable or workforce housing. I think Rhonda also raised this question. I feel like mixed use is not the word we're going for there, unless we are actually talking. I don't think that's something the city is going to be using resort tax funding for. Motion to remove? Yes. Yeah. Motion to remove use and add housing.
I think if you just remove the word mixed use, it covers it.
Amend the motion to remove mixed use. Again, that part's still fuzzy for me.
Then would it just say to help fund projects? Okay.
Housing's in the sentence
Say
already.
affordable or workforce housing. To fund
Just
affordable-
mixed use, because then it, just remove that, and then it says projects that include affordable or workforce housing.
So we don't need housing in there? No. Okay, so take housing out, Alan, and all in favor, well, I second this. All in favor of this? Sorry. Oh, yeah, you can talk about it.
Yeah, my only question is, I mean, I don't think that we're really having this discussion right now, but some of the things that Heart of Whitefish and their consultant talked about with like some of the lots would maybe potentially be mixed use, and so that was where my brain went. But if we take out mixed use, it's not saying that resort tax funds can't be used for something like that, correct?
All in favor of this, raise your hand. Okay, unanimous. All right. I want to have a break for a few minutes. It's been 2 hours and a few minutes. So let's go ahead and everyone do what you need to do and come back here. Let's try to stick to when we say come back here. It's 8:11 now. Be back here by 8:20. Okay, thank you.
Scooch, gonna go have your dinner?
Good. How are you? Good. A long time? What's that? A long time for the railroad crossing? Yeah. Yeah. What people don't understand is that if we want to add a crossing from Columbia to Texas, it starts at Second and it goes, it's going to completely annihilate two neighborhoods on either side of the tracks.
Which is really counter to what we're trying to do anyways. So
I mean, the reality is East Second Street would be the crossing we
Yeah.
try and get,
that makes more sense.
which is still a long time. Maybe not a long time,
Right.
but
Take out a
but
lot.
it's not that neighborhood.
Got it.
I have a question for you. You're gonna love it.
I can't wait.
So, if you put a cover on the reservoir,
The water plant?
yeah, the water plant, what's that gonna do to Chuck's fish?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I always wanted to go up and say, go up there and say, Chuck, got my fire.
Did, I don't think, I know there's fish in there, but I don't know that there's, are there big fish in there?
I think so. I think so. Nobody ever invited me up to that,
Yeah.
or to swim it.
I've never,
They probably never thought about it.
we've never fished it that I'm aware of.
Get somebody to snorkel it.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume there's gotta be some trout in there,
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, they just come down the pipe,
Yeah.
or that, you know,
I got in there
that
naturally.
birds dropped in, or, yeah.
Anyway, thought you'd like to.
I don't know, that's the least of my concerns.
Really?
Yeah.
See, it was right on the top of my list.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Thanks for staying. Commission members not running away, and public, and staff. Thank you all. We're going to get back into this. Our last motion was on page 11. We finished that. So let's move on, whether that's back into place types or the body of land use. Anything else on land use? If not, we're going to go into the whole plan.
I guess I'm gonna be the difficult person who has lots of things, but here we are. I was just glancing through my notes during the break, and just to hop back in the place types, related to our discussion around the 1 mile radius, looking at the mixed neighborhood place type. There was, again, a shelter WF suggestion for the buildings, have them be 25 units per structure with a height of 60 feet, which it does seem like there's a lot of buildings that are that 60 feet, roughly 4 stories in that zone anyways. That zone that I'm thinking of being over by Colorado Ave, north of the train tracks area. So motion to change to 25 units per structure and then change the building height to 60 feet.
I'll second that.
Can you send us to a page for mixed? Sorry, I'm lost.
Yes, 31, I think. Oh, wait, yeah, I printed off a lot of stuff, and then I didn't want to print off more stuff, and so it's a little fuzzy.
Okay. So, as it stands now, we're at 42 feet, and the 60 would only be if it's in a specific, one of those 3 specific areas, correct?
Yeah, it would be downtown, heavy commercial, or industrial. That's the only zones that would allow a 60-foot building. I mean, under state law. We could allow it other places, but that's what the state's telling us to do.
So are you proposing that any mixed use be up to 60 feet?
Oh,
Mike, Allen?
It would, if you look at the place types map, if you can see if we're talking about mixed neighborhood, then it would be that area there.
Right, which is
that
neighborhood
area
commercial.
there, which is along Wisconsin. It would be in here. Yep, it would allow it here. It would allow it in here. Any of these light pink areas.
So yeah, I mean, on the stuff that's currently in the B2 zone, that would be allowed already. The B1 would not allow it. And my only concern would be, again, it would remove one of our legacy homes incentives, which is to go higher than 35 feet to get, if they provide 10% affordable housing, so.
Okay, so we had a motion, and do we have a second on that? Did anyone second? Mallory did? Okay. I do not support raising building heights further than what they're already raised, because we're going to encounter multiple places where they can be, and like Dave just said, building height can be something we reserve to get affordable housing. So we can, any other discussion on this? Go ahead and vote. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, how do we feel about because it's a 2-part motion, the 25 units versus 18? I don't have a problem raising that limit. I don't know how often that would actually happen, but I don't have a problem with that limit. I'm not in love with more broadly spraying 60 feet around, and for the reasons that Dave and Whitney said. So that's my take on it. I don't know.
Could I just note that the 18 units is what the zoning currently allows by right in the R4, which a lot of those areas are.
Okay, do you want to break your motion up into two? The first one for unit raising, and then separately we'll do the 60-foot?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with striking the motion for 60 feet, and just only doing the 25 unit. So motion for just 25 unit.
I'll second.
Any discussion on that further? All right, all in favor?
No, just a-
Go ahead,
I'm-
Frank.
I'm not sure I understand the motion. The motion is for what? To,
For this place, what place?
For mixed neighborhood, to raise the amount of units per structure from 18 to 25. I mean, there's still other parameters in play. I'm not sure, does anybody have any insight on squeezing 25 units into something that's, you know, with setbacks and,
It seems to me like those two things were paired, right? I mean, the added height would allow the more units. So it would seem like they would go together. I'm not sure.
yeah, I'm not,
I think with, as you said, with the setbacks, et cetera, there may not be that many places where 25 could be built anyways. But in lots that would be big enough to support it, I don't see the harm in increasing that density. It seems like free density to me without changing the character of the area if we're already talking about multifamily.
yes, Mallory?
So just to support why I've seconded this, the way that I look at it is we've kind of downzoned certain areas nearest downtown. So to me, it makes sense to increase the density in this mixed neighborhood type to kind of help make up for where we've downzoned elsewhere.
Any further before I call the question? All right, so those in favor of raising the allowable units from 18 to 25 for this place type, zoning will dictate what actually happens, I guess, but for this place type, 18 to 25, raise your hand. Okay, so that's 4, and 3 opposed. Do you have that, Michelle? All right, thank you. And I'm guessing you have more, Marty?
I do.
Or is that, then let's get, let's
do it.
go,
I'll just
yeah.
dominate the conversation. We
Yeah.
might be jumping around a little bit
That's
based
okay.
on my massive stack of papers and where I find myself in them. But jumping ahead to, that's all I had for place types. But jumping ahead to page 48, there was all of this stuff about STRs. And we did get some public comment concerned about any expansion of short-term rentals and having, criteria for them.
I'm sorry,
It's
could you-
48 in mine.
Is that the February 19th draft later? That
Alan's got it pulled
Alan,
up
is that
there
where-
on a,
hang on a second, I'm just going to start to get, I'm having trouble making sure I'm using the right draft here. 40, what was it?
47, 48, maybe somebody, I was trying to save some trees and.
I've got 46.
I see it, yeah, 47, I got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep. I don't even know if I have a specific motion on this. I guess, like I said, we just received some public comment on it, and I felt like it should be addressed, even if what we decide is just to leave it. So, people were concerned, I think Karin, I think maybe Rhonda as well, about having these short-term rentals, having criteria for considering limited expansion of short-term rentals, having a short-term rental overlay zone. I don't know. I don't know if it's something we actually reasonably should strike, like maybe we do want criteria lined out for.
So in the middle of 48, there's the sentence that's in question, yes. While the city does not recommend expanding the geographic footprint of short-term rentals, there may be limited and exceptional circumstances under which a targeted expansion could be considered. And then a list of criteria. So that's what we're discussing. I don't know what limited and exceptional circumstances would be where this city would want to expand.
Can I give you an example?
I would love it. Thanks.
Once we annex the mountain, Whitefish Mountain Resort area, that is an appropriate place for things like that. And if the mountain were to want to expand, if we have, carte blanche in here that you can't do it, I think that might limit it. But I think this lays out some very strict criteria in that situation where, the city could evaluate that in the right circumstance, but it would have to meet all those very strict criteria.
Yeah, if it makes sense to leave it, that's fine by me. I just wanted to address it.
Just knowing
Yeah.
that within that 20-year timeline of this plan, that we're probably eventually going to annex the mountain, right? So,
David, I've got no problem if we're talking about the mountain itself when it talks about expansion of short-term rentals. I do have a significant problem about talking about expanding the areas of short-term rentals within the current footprint of the city. And so I'm not in favor of, I'm in favor of modifying this to make clear that only in areas such as the Big Mountain that already accommodate large numbers and are designed for short-term rentals, that we not expand or allow for the expansion of short-term rental geographies. That makes no sense given everything we've talked about here in terms of the need for affordable housing. And I could make the argument that even the mountain, if they're going to expand, they need to expand with some affordable employee housing. But be that as it may, so that's my feeling on the whole, whether we should even have, whether you have strict criteria or not, but it's got to be in areas like the Big Mountain.
yeah, it notes in there that, it's definitely not recommended that it be expanded at all. But the criteria in here, consistent with the long-range plan, that it's located in areas oriented to visitor activities such as the resort, no net loss of housing supply. There's the infrastructure and service capacity. There's some kind of community benefit, has clear limits and scale controls, and there's strong performance standards, and there's monitoring and sunset provisions. So, again, there's strict standards for that. Whether you guys want to have that in there or not, is really just placed in there for flexibility, mostly for the mountain. And, there might be something like the Whitefish Lake Lodge or something that, they own a couple lots outside there that they haven't developed yet. I don't know what they're planning on doing with that, but most likely as part of the hotel, not necessarily short-term rentals per se, but at least these gives, criteria that if they ever were to do that, they'd have to meet all these things. So however you guys want to play it, but definitely the recommendation in this was not to expand short-term rentals within the city.
So we can add language that makes that more clear in that first little not up under criteria for limited expansion. Geographic footprint as of the city limits as of 2026 to show that right now within the city limits, we don't.
Let me just ask it this way, maybe better. Okay, let's assume with me, if you will, that we allow this to stay for purposes of discussion for the evening and pass on to city council. Is the answer to my question of not only no, but hell no, is when we go to the zoning for various areas. And we say, no, we're not expanding it, short-term rentals, no. Is that how we deal with that?
You know, currently there are short-term rental zoning districts, right?
Yes.
WR1, WR2. And, you know, I talked to Thomas about whether there should be, you know, its own place type for those things so that we could clearly differentiate those. But again, this is a place type map, and the short-term rental zones have a mix of different kinds of place types.
Right.
There's some areas like next to City
Correct.
Beach where it's single-family homes. There's areas like, you know, Mountain Harbor where they're all duplexes, and there's, you know, Bay Point, which are
I hear what you're saying.
multiple families. So they fit into a bunch of different place types. So his recommendation was to, you know, not have a place type for them, but then have very strict criteria in here that would limit where they go. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of overlay zones per se, because I think we already have zoning. I'm not sure how that would get implemented. But I do think these criteria, you know, it says very clearly that it's not recommended they be expanded at all. But if there was a very unique circumstance where this council would consider it, then it would have to meet these criteria, which I think those are pretty robust criteria to meet. So it's just my personal opinion, but
Yep.
take it for what it's worth.
Madam Chair, I can let it sit with the idea that I'm announcing now that I'm not sure how I'll feel about it when it gets to council. For purposes of our moving forward, I'm happy to live with it.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to see if there's any way that we can add just one or two words to indicate that as it stands right now, this is for future annexed land, not for the geographic footprint of the city today. Because once this is in place and we move to zoning, zoning could include areas for short-term rental, and then there'll be, like, public comment will be limited at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably unlikely to change those existing short-term rental zones to anything different than what they are, but
The words probably
we'll just have to see.
unlikely make me very uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, again, we're redoing the zoning based on the place types, and so I
Yeah.
don't know how that's gonna shake out, but, you know, I tend to, as the zoning administrator, I tend to think very literally, and our future land use map was very linear in the past, and now it's more of a place type, so even I have a hard time wrapping my head around that and how that's gonna work, but.
Alan's doing a little free work here, I like it. How do we feel about the addition of such as if annexation of Big Mountain? That would be highly unusual, it would, all those kinds of things. It would kind of put some parameters on exceptional circumstances and targeted expansions. I mean, I would certainly entertain that. I would certainly entertain the addition of such as if annexation of Big Mountain area occurs. And I think that would answer my questions or provide a certain limitation and parameters on what we mean by exceptional circumstances. That's my thought.
But then when Dave just said the lodge has some properties that are currently undeveloped, so those could also, within the city limits now, I'm guessing they are, like, as soon as this goes through, they could say, we want these to be short-term rentals. And so that would be another, basically, area for short-term rentals, because I'm guessing those are not small properties.
Well, they have property that, you know, the current Wisconsin Avenue corridor plan calls for resort business, which would allow short-term rentals, could allow lodge expansion. I don't know if they have plans to do anything with that, but, you know, that zoning district that does allow for that if they were.
But that wouldn't be any sort of expansion, so this is, I mean, this is within.
Well, currently, the lots that they own aren't, the future land use calls for the resort business, but the zoning is currently WR3 or something like that on those lots, but, because I told them years ago that they should probably come in for a zone change, and they have never done it yet, but.
So is everyone comfortable with adding such as if annexation occurs? Because that leaves everything else open. That's just one area that maybe. This is an example of maybe.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'm not sure whose motion this was.
I made the motion.
I'll second it because I brought up the section.
Yep.
Okay. So all in favor of adding this, which doesn't mean you're in favor of this as a whole.
When it gets to council.
Yeah, all right. So all in favor of adding this to narrow it more? Okay, unanimous, yes. This needs more work at council. Frank, thank you. That's your job now.
I think it's been my job for a while.
Thank you.
I got elected to that one.
All right. Further, Marty? You said you had a list.
I do,
Keep going.
but I don't mean to dominate the space or the talking time here.
Nope. Go for
I
it.
do think we have to look at the character and scale of downtown section, page 61-ish. There's been some questions about the legality of some of these. Specifically, Shelter WF raised the question, but I think it is worth considering because we don't want anything in here that's going to get us in trouble legally. I don't have a specific motion for this. I would honestly defer to Angie on what can stay in all of here and what needs to be struck to be legally okay. Sorry, that's a lot of pressure.
Angie, do you see anything that opens us?
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, I think a lot of this will be resolved with zoning, but redefining downtown into sub-areas, I don't think that that's going to fly. I mean, the downtown is the downtown. It's been defined in our downtown master plan, so I don't know that we could define it different ways to try to not abide by the 60-foot building height.
So Alan, can you highlight what Angie is saying as she's letting us know things that are potential pitfalls?
Maybe we take this piecemeal, and like right now, I agree with that. Just, I could move to remove number 3.
You're saying you want to keep it?
No, remove number 3, the one that's the highlighted
Oh,
text.
okay.
Yeah.
So-
Just because it's not going to fly.
Yeah,
I'm not
gotcha.
sure. Oh, I see. So that's page, what,
62.
62? How was this developed?
Pardon me?
Did this come from a recommendation from our consultants? Was this?
I believe
how
it
did
came,
this-
I believe it was a recommendation from our consultants.
I mean, the concern is, you know, Central Avenue. You know, there are a couple buildings that approach 60 feet, you know, the brewery building, you know, you got the middle school, you got the depot building. But in general, you know, adding a 60-foot building would change the character, or, you know, parts of the railway district where we have those, you know, neat little tiny shacks. A 60-foot building would be difficult there, but I just, based on the, you know, legislative law, I just don't think we can rearrange our downtown at this stage. I think if we had already done that before that went into effect, we could continue to do that, but we're just looking for ways to try to protect Central Avenue more than anything.
I love legal opinions, but sometimes I might be willing to say, if I think maybe possibly it's not going to work, I might be willing to leave it there myself.
I think the language of the Senate bill is pretty clear.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, So we've got a motion on the table to delete that?
I'll make a motion to delete it because I brought it up.
I think Mike
Oh,
already did.
Mike did. Oh, God.
Okay, motion's been
It's
made
too
and
early to
seconded.
have this kind of brain dysfunction.
Frank, do you want to speak to letting it
Yeah.
lie or not?
I'm fine.
Okay, Frank's fine. All right, so all in favor of deleting this portion, raise your hand. Okay, 3 in favor of deletion, and 4 of us
Opposed?
opposed. Okay, it can be deleted later or kept. All right.
I will also say that, I mean, vote however you want, but the 60-foot allowance for vacant lots, subject to any and all tools, but 45 allowance remains in effect for existing buildings. Probably doesn't apply either.
Last bullet point of number 1.
Were you saying that one is also legally questionable?
I am.
Okay. I would motion to strike that then.
I'd second that.
So this is kind of the idea of like grandfathering in a lower height if it was there before. Is that the way I'm reading this? And you're saying that's not possible, they won't let us?
I'm saying that if 60-foot buildings are allowed, they're allowed, and that includes, I think, buildings that have already been built. I think they can go up.
On top of existing?
Correct.
Again, I just want to quantify here. They can be 60 feet and 6 stories, but they have, to get there, they have to include affordable residential units, correct?
Well, so the way that bill, it's only for multifamily buildings or mixed-use buildings. And mixed use means long-term residential, right? If it was like a lot of these buildings downtown, they have commercial on the ground floor and it's all short-term rentals on the second and third floors. That doesn't qualify for this 60-foot height limit.
Right.
So it'd have to be long-term rentals above,
Correct.
or all
luxury
long-term
condominiums.
rentals. I mean, that's probably going to be luxury condominiums, but they wouldn't be allowed to be short-term rentals.
I guess my reservation in a lot of this, and I'll say it here, is that if there are challenges to this, either way, a challenge to say more restriction, less restriction, and we don't leave in things that would preserve our downtown, preserve and enhance our downtown. In that interim time, things could happen that cannot be undone. And that's my concern. So I know that there will be challenges to this no matter what we do. So I'm a fan for keeping language in that can be challenged rather than taking it out and losing some historic buildings and the character of our downtown. So I'm not going to vote for taking this out. But we've had a motion and a second. So if you're in favor of removing it, or Frank, are you voting or you want to talk?
I want to understand what I'm being asked to remove here.
Go ahead.
What am I being asked to remove? I don't understand. Reduce lot coverage, okay, 45 feet.
The second bullet point under 1,
Yeah, no,
60 foot, okay.
yeah. The effect of this would be to do.
So existing buildings couldn't go from 45 feet to 60, which is pretty unlikely anyway, because most buildings are structurally built to be able to handle the floors that they're built, and they don't usually overbuild them, although we did do that with City Hall to add a third floor. I don't know how high it was supposed to go up, but for vacant lots, 60-foot buildings would be allowed, you know, as long as they meet whatever other criteria. That's what this says. But again, at 60-foot high.
they have to meet
and their
all the other
Angie's
criteria.
point is that if it says we can go to, we have to go to 60 feet, it doesn't matter if it's an addition to a building or a new building. We can't differentiate between them.
So this would simply say they can put 60-foot buildings there, or they can't put 60-foot buildings there.
Yeah, or those being demolished after the date of the growth poly adoption, which again, I think Angie feels is problematic based on the state law.
Is that, Angie, would ask, I remember there was something in there about no longer non-conforming pre-existing uses couldn't be expanded under the new law. Does this have to do with that, or is that not the case?
I think it's the case. I mean, I think it's 60-foot buildings and, these 3 designations. So to add another 15 feet on a building that's already 45 feet, I think would be allowed.
Okay.
And they could do that only if it was residential.
Mixed use or multifamily.
Right. But they don't get 15 feet if it's not that. Correct.
That is correct.
So, from your perspective, Angie, are you telling us to delete this or not delete it?
Telling you to delete it.
You want us to delete it?
Yes.
Okay. I've decided.
All right, all those in favor of deleting this, raise your hand. Okay, everyone for except me. I'm against. I still don't like it. All right. Move ahead. Anything further on land use?
I would just ask too, I thought there were some legal questions about points in number 6. Like reclassify, on the bottom under recommended action, page 63. Reclassifying WB2 as large lot suburban light commercial. I just want to be sure we're in the clear legally there as well. So again, defer to Angie.
And just as a clarifier, I mean, I think there's some question on whether the B2 is considered heavy commercial or not. Yeah. And there's parts of it that might have that character, like the mall, but the other parts of it that maybe aren't, and so potentially the idea would be to, reevaluate that and make it more into nodes.
Yeah, I'm good with leaving it. I just want to make sure we're good.
I'm fine with leaving it. I think it's something we can take care of when you guys move to zoning, truthfully.
Great.
Because I think we'll be looking pretty closely at the WV2 because it's such a bizarre zone as it is. So, I mean, I'm fine with leaving it in here. That's something that we can, I think, revisit when you guys get to zoning.
All right, further questions, additions, deletions on land use?
I had just, I believe, one more. On page 64, under number 7, create character-based standards for zoning districts that are contained within the heritage urban neighborhood place type. I just have a question about the first one, reducing the maximum building height from 35 feet to 28 feet. I have a question as to how this might affect ADUs that are being built in that area. I think Paul had mentioned that there are a lot of ADUs being built in that area, and I think that is a pretty easy tool that we have to add a little bit of density. And walking around there and looking and seeing what there is, it did seem to me like there were a number of places where the house is smaller, and then there is a garage with an ADU above it, and the garage with the ADU is a little bit taller. So just curious, based on our staff's expert opinions if they think that would have any impact on people who want to develop a above the garage ADU.
So we used to have a height limit. I think it was 28 feet for ADUs. I got to look to see if it's still in there because we revised it, but just give me a second. Yeah, I think we had to remove that based on state law that had a height limit on it, but in the past, it was either 28 feet or 24 feet, which was, but typically, you know, if it's just one story above a garage, you know, it's not going to go over 28 feet typically.
Dave, what about a pitched roof? Would that get it to 32 feet if that was possible?
I mean, I guess this was, you know, Thomas's recommendation based on the existing neighborhoods. You know, once you start going up to 35 feet, then people do tend to try to put 3 stories on. They're tight to do that, especially if you're trying to do a pitched roof that matches the neighborhood. So then that forces people to do flat roofed buildings that may not fit in with the character of the neighborhood. So there's pros and cons, but I mean, I can let Thomas respond to that.
I would say that typically when we see ADUs, we would recommend that this is kind of that unique area where it might be 2.5 stories. If you've got a single story garage, you may add a story for an ADU and a pitched roof that starts to get to that kind of awkward 2.5 stories. That would be our recommendation for this area. So we would recommend this height.
28 feet.
So you're saying 28 feet could accommodate that, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in the heritage urban neighborhood place type description, we have a 30 feet height there, so how does this?
Right now, the zoning allows 35 feet in that R4 zone and 35 feet in the R2 portions of that. So this would reduce the overall height limit down to 30 or to 28 feet, which is consistent with the majority of the existing buildings right now.
So the question is.
That would have to be implemented through zoning. This is just, you know, talking about a character-based district, looking at keeping people from, you know, buying about 4 lots side by side and then building some larger structure on those. Trying to limit the scale and mass of things so that whatever happens in those neighborhoods, you know, even if they are doing a triplex, it looks like the house next door. It's not on 2 or 3 lots. You know, character-based overlay.
Okay. I'm okay with leaving it as is then, I guess.
All right, so no change there. Anything further?
We ready to go?
I think so. Marty was still checking out. Okay. All right, so that will conclude what we're doing with land use tonight. Everyone who has anything further, I guess they have to go to council on their own, which is possible. And likely, I think some members of our commission will end up doing that, going before council to give whatever they would like to say. Do we need a directive vote at this point on the land use section, or just what we've done tonight? You can take that as our direction, because we voted on
Yeah, I mean, at the
everything
end of
we've
this,
done.
you're going to be, you know, voting on the entire plan. And so obviously you got a few more sections to tidy up if you want to make changes. But at the end of the day, everybody's comfortable with this so far, so.
All right, so here we go.
Madam Chair, just
Yes.
1 second. I just want to look at something, a comment from Richard, okay?
Okay, oh, yeah, go ahead.
There's this typo too that I was gonna address.
All right. So while we wait, everyone can eat their popcorn, if you have it.
Whitney,
Yes,
can
go
I ask
ahead.
Richard a question?
Sure,
Okay.
he's here.
Richard, your comment about remove significant from significant new development north of your page, I think it was page 52. Can you tell me, was that in the, just refresh my memory. I didn't capture it. I was trying to type what you said.
Page 53, I think it's on the moratorium on development on the mountain.
Yeah,
Yep.
You can, sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. It was on page 53, where it says discourage new significant subdivision development on Big Mountain. And I suggested you get rid of the word significant, just discourage new subdivision development on Big Mountain.
Got it, thank you.
That's in page 53, goal 2, objective F.
Transportation.
I have different version because I'm in the Word.
Transportation.
Where is it?
2.F. You can sit down now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I guess I would have a similar question for Richard. I've got page 2, last paragraph, page 208. Is that right? About the secondary egress?
I have that as Haskell Creek Road, where it says although Haskell Creek Road, and then Ptarmigan Village and Reservoir Road, dead end, page 208.
Okay, so we're
I
on
don't know if
page,
we need you, but we're jumping section to section now which is fine, because we're about to head into the whole thing, but we're no longer in land use, right?
I believe so.
I
We've
did
left-
have one small typo that I found in land use.
Okay.
If we can quickly do that, just to really confuse Alan. And go back there. On page 39, for the new place type proposed in land use. And then there's a list of things.
I'm sorry, could you say what page is that again?
It's page 39.
39, okay.
Oh, it may have gotten cleaned up, sorry. Scroll down. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Sorry, Alan.
Just that good.
It was a small typo thing. I think I was looking at an older draft of it. You're good.
okay, returning to the transportation section, goal 2, objective F.
Page 208, is that right?
And on page 53, let me just get this one motion in, and then we'll go to 208 after.
Oh, I'm
this.
sorry, I thought
Yeah,
that's what you were
this is-
talking about.
Yeah, different,
Not trying to
different
interrupt you.
comment, all good.
So transportation, goal 2.
2.F, objective F. Thank you. Perfect. Pursuant to Richard's comment, he suggested to remove the word significant. And I believe that that's actually correct because it's an arbitrary term and I wouldn't know how to define significant. So I move to remove the word significant.
I'll second. Everyone in favor of removing significant, raise your hand. Mallory?
I mean, I think that was added in there just in case somebody was just planning on splitting their lot into 2 lots. That's still a subdivision. And significant would mean like a large subdivision that's, you know, over a certain number of homes. That was, I mean, you can define that how you want, but that was the point.
I'm open to adding granularity to it, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
fine.
have
I'm fine with our vote and 6 to 1. Was it, did you vote for that, Marty?
We voted.
To remove? Yes, okay. 6 to 1. Mallory opposed. Thank you. All right.
So we did delete the reference to Haskell Basin Road.
No, I think that's next, right?
Yeah.
208, I think, is what I wrote down.
.208, it is the bottom paragraph of that page. The sentence, excuse me once, let me get the exact. Okay, so the sentence that reads, although Haskell Creek Road does provide secondary egress from Whitefish Mountain Resort to East Edgewood Drive, it is Big Mountains Fire District's opinion that this is not a reliable secondary route for emergency evacuation. I don't know enough about, is that already deleted in there? No.
Yes.
Although the sentence before the large deletion.
Cut all that as well, not even mention Haskell Basin.
Yes, and I'm not necessarily making a motion for that. I just, because I'm not an expert on fire, but I want to know if there's any, if anybody can provide an opinion. I know we don't have fire here, but anybody on staff provide an opinion about that statement?
Well, I think the intent was that it does provide egress, and it doesn't. And
Well, it does. It's just not, go ahead, Alan, please.
It depends on who you talk to. Big Mountain Fire District will express stronger concerns than Whitefish Fire District will. I think the thing that was tricky for us is that the county was allowing subdivisions to be developed up there, even though Haskell, with the understanding that Haskell Basin Road was serving as their emergency access. So I don't think there's not agreement on it. There's not agreement on it, right? You can do whatever you want, but not everybody agrees with that.
But we can agree to not add it to our growth policy?
You can, just saying,
Okay.
that's, not everybody agrees on that.
Yeah, so I agree that it should not be here because it says does, and then also it's on a map with a big yellow star, and it looks like this is a really fun way to go. And there's no other private road or road that's not accessible label. I mean, there are other small roads up there. So I think this should be removed. So let's deal with this first. We're striking the sentence, although Haskell Creek Road does. So is there a second for that? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of removing this sentence? Sorry. Sorry, Frank raised his hand. Let's all be audible if we can. I made the motion, Frank seconded. So all in favor of removing this sentence, raise your hand. Okay, everyone says remove. And then on the same token as that, there is the map that has Haskell Creek that I think
219, maybe?
I think it's fine for it to have a red dotted line there, and show like that is something, but I don't think it should have a star and be labeled. Because people could potentially hike that or ski, you know. And they do, and that might be a great way to get out on skis if there's a fire in the winter. But
Just, yeah, I was trying to cut it out, but
the star just makes it look like the best way to go.
Is there a way, though, to still capture the sentiment that it's not an ideal evacuation route, maybe without a star necessarily?
Like it's skull and crossbones?
I don't know. Or like an X even. Yeah. But I mean, because I do think it is, like, having that statement there is important. I mean, even if you just took the star out, then I might look at that map and think, oh, well, there's a way I could get down.
Yeah, I would say just remove it all. The label, the star, I mean, the red dotted line, I don't know how to label the red dotted line without encouraging someone to go that way. Thoughts, ideas?
I'm a bit confused. Doesn't this Haskell Creek proposed road down in the future be a county sheriff decision and plea for funding?
All evacuations of a fire up within that area would be managed by the sheriff. I am aware through meetings with Stoltz and our Haskell Basin Conservation Easement that there are agreements between Iron Horse and Stoltz for emergency access off their property. So there are some things like that in place that I think each subdivision has maybe done. It's not a full evacuation route though for the whole area.
Well, I want to know what all we're removing. I mean, and Alan, yeah, is that something that you're gonna need to do later?
I can't do it right now.
Okay. So I guess I would move to take the star.
I X'd it out, and I'm mentioning to take it out.
So I guess the star and the label Haskell Creek Road, because I think it even being there is.
Are we
like,
keeping the route on there?
I think the route is fine, because to me it could be even a hiking trail, and that's maybe, but it's not drivable.
I would recommend we
mean,
take it out, because if we're gonna
Okay.
go that direction, this map is showing evacuation route, so.
Okay,
if you're
yeah, take it out then.
Then take it, the whole thing out.
That's perfect. I'm good for that. All right, so I move to remove the star, the words in the key, and the red dotted route. Okay, it's been moved by Whitney, seconded by Frank. All in favor of removing this, raise your hand. Okay, unanimous to remove. Oh,
That's all.
he's here.
That's all I got.
Okay, and then, I think it was just I don't think there was a request to do anything with Ptarmigan Village, and Reservoir Road being dead ends, but just note that's something that there's only one entrance, exit. Yes.
Got a question from Thomas about if you're done with land use.
If we're done with what?
He's still hanging on Zoom.
Yeah, no, we're done with that.
We're done with land use, and I think he can.
We're done with you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much.
You haven't moved in hours. We're very worried about you, Thomas.
What? Am I stuck in a position? Thank you, guys.
You are. It's just-
Yes, but at least you look contemplative.
Ah, shoot. Darn it. Thanks, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Thomas. All right. So, I guess I can just get a nod from Richard. Is that you just want it to be noted that Ptarmigan and Reservoir are just dead end one way? Because I wasn't clear if that was something that action worthy. And I know that this is out of order, but I was not clear on that. You can, come to the podium and let us know.
I just think it's important to note that Ptarmigan and Reservoir Road are dead ends, and that is a monumental hazard should we need to evacuate.
Thank you. All right. Is there a place that anybody could see adding that?
Madam Chair, I think that
Yes.
it's an important item that we all have to understand, but it's going to be part of our fire plan, our evacuation plan that we're undertaking now. That's going to be identified and highlighted in that. And I'm not sure, given the growth policy and where we are at the level it is, and it references, we're going to have the, whatever it is, fire plan, and it's going to be incorporated into this. I think that would be the important place that it will get covered and get managed, as opposed to in this document itself.
Okay.
It's my feeling.
I'm good with that. So 6 months, we'll have the community wildfire protection plan. All right, sounds good. Thank you. So we jumped ahead a little to transportation. Let's see if there's anything. I have one, page 15, setting. There's just, we left the 2023 in after the 2024. Small thing. Down below, it's highlighted, 2024.
Yeah, that could happen. It's a lot of writing.
It's so much writing, yeah. Yeah, these page numbers are difficult to follow.
PDF.
Page 25.
Page 25.
Yeah.
PDF. Yeah, I printed it, so I don't have a PDF page reference right now. I could, but anything in sort of the beginning, table of contents area, moving into housing.
Madam Chair, I do have one small addition to
Okay.
water quality.
All right.
Goal 2, Objective B.
Can you give me a page number that you have?
I have, looks like page 55. But I'm not sure what draft that's from.
In water quality,
Yeah.
goal 2, objective 5.
Is it transportation?
At least that's what I'm popping up.
Goal 2.
Yeah, down, go back down, yeah.
Page
So
s-
there's goal 1, there's.
Page
goal 2,
72 of your PDF.
I think it's J. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Objective B.
Sorry?
Objective B.
B?
B as in bug. So yeah, right there where it says continue to partner with Whitefish Lake Institute. In the 2007 growth policy, the Whitefish County Water and Sewer District was mentioned. I would like to carry that mention forward into this policy as one of the partnering entities. So I would put a comma after Whitefish Lake Institute, and then I would add the words Whitefish County Water and Sewer District.
Whitefish what?
Whitefish County Water and Sewer District.
Flathead County?
Whitefish.
Oh, okay. Whitefish County, one more time?
Whitefish County Water and Sewer District.
That's a motion, I'll second.
It's a motion.
Any questions about the motion? Scott, do you want to say anything about it or just add it? As something we
Not
partner
right now.
with?
Unless anybody has any questions. Okay.
All right, all in favor of adding Whitefish County Water and Sewer District, raise your hands. Okay,
Thank you.
made by Scott, seconded by Frank, okayed by everybody. All right, and then also in water, I have, so I would like to add under goal, well, this is page 56 of the plan. So, well, this is a very long goal. Goal 2, at the end, V. We talked about fireworks quite a bit before this, and I thought this was added, but it wasn't. So I'll say the words, Alan, if you want to type, after July 4th, 2026, comma, no fireworks with perchlorates may be used at Whitefish Lake until a toxicology report is obtained which demonstrates no significant effect on drinking water quality.
Is that motion
Okay.
for discussion? Or?
So I made the motion, Scott has seconded it. Any, questions? Yes, go ahead, Dana.
I just want to make sure we're concise in the document. 2P says that we're going to continue to explore and implement more environmentally friendly fireworks alternatives with the goals of eliminating perchlorates, and then down below we're going to have a specific date. I think it would read better to maybe put them
Choose one or the
together.
other.
Well, put them together if you want to put them together and be specific about Whitefish Lake. Fine. I
Okay.
just think that, if we're going to talk perchlorates, let's talk to them on one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I missed that, because I thought that we put a specific date, and then I looked back through, and we did not, but I couldn't find P. So, yeah. Adding, I think this kind of supersedes P, it's more specific. And I thought that we were this specific, and then looking back, we're not.
We don't seem to be inconsistent.
Not inconsistent, but to keep it in one section for
Yeah.
easy
Yeah.
reading is my
Uh-huh.
suggestion.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, so they work together. That makes sense.
So incorporate your proposal into P.
Yes, that works.
Second concurs.
Okay. Anybody have questions about this? Go ahead, Mallory.
Yeah, I'm just curious, is this specifically the city will not do fireworks that have this chemical, or are we saying we will create a policy that is effectively bans it. And then my second question, and this may not be the appropriate location, is like, how is that enforceable? Yeah, I'll just leave those questions and then you guys can take it from there.
I will say that our chamber has tried to get fireworks that have reduced or are non-perchlorate. I'm going to say that wrong tonight, I'm sure. They cannot. Disney has pretty much the hold on those type of fireworks. And so you do put that in there. You will not have a fireworks show over Whitefish Lake, which is fine. Water quality is important. And I know this talks more about the testing of it. I think this would have to be put into code. This does nothing as a policy document other than say you should explore basically, or you should be amending your city code. So we have a fireworks ordinance that already requires that they reduce the percentage every year. But we have been giving exceptions to it because they cannot obtain them. So we already have city code that addresses fireworks and the water quality issue. Does not have quite the same specifics as that.
But have we ever tested, never in partnership with Whitefish Lake Institute, have we tested perchlorates?
They've tested the waters after fireworks. I don't know if they've tested for that specific type of impact, but
It's my understanding that they have.
I believe they've
shoot
done
through the roof
testing
in
and they
July.
do see the change. So
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's our
so the-
drinking water, and it's years to get rid of it. So I'm for being this specific. We can vote, and we already had the continue to explore more environmentally friendly, but basically what we're saying is that's not going to happen. We're just going to keep using those, so, yeah. That's my motion. It's been seconded.
I'd just be in favor of it because I think council really needs to have a public discussion about it.
We will anyway, Scott,
Okay.
and we do every year.
I'd like to add.
No, I know.
Go ahead, Phil.
Marty, go ahead, and then Phil.
I mean, I think if we're introducing something here that would effectively ban fireworks, that's pretty, or at least in this exact moment, while they still have this perchlorates, I think that's a pretty big topic to introduce at this moment in the growth policy, and I preferred the vague language. I like the sentiment. I just think it's something that needs more attention before being introduced with this level of specificity in this document.
Phil.
What happens if visitors or residents of the city light off fireworks with perchlorates? How is that going to be enforced?
It's likely not going to be enforced. I don't see a way that it can be.
And you'll still have properties on the north end of the lake that are outside city limits that will be able to do any type of firework into the lake.
Likely not the magnitude of our city display, but yes, there will be others.
And the trade-off discussion would be, moving it to like Smith Fields, but then you have to deal with fire danger in July, right, of fireworks coming down. So that's.
Yeah, beautiful display or your health. How do we choose? Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this. And either way, the sentiment is still there that we would like to stop doing this if possible, maybe. So all in favor of adding this specific language, raise your hand. Okay. So 5 are for this motion and 2 are against. Oppose. Marty and Mallory oppose.
And I've just been cautioned not to go swimming in the lake down there right after July 4th, so I'd repeat that.
All right, so that takes care of a couple of things in water quality. We're now in the environmental natural resources hazards. Anything?
Still had questions in water quality. I don't know what I'm unclear what order we're going through all of the stuff. I don't think we've established that, and that's no fault of anyone here. I
We
think
have
it's just
not.
the nature of the
Yeah.
thing. I mean, goals C, D, and E, or objectives, sorry, seemed like they presented problems in terms of things the city can reasonably do and things that might already be covered by other entities, like Whitefish Lake Institute. I think a lot of those concerns were expressed when these were first drafted. And I guess it's pretty broad, but I would motion to strike all of C, D, and E for those reasons, but I'm flexible on opening that discussion and seeing what can be fiddled with and can still be within our enforcement abilities.
I'll second for discussion.
Yeah, so I guess I'll jump in to explain since you guys don't have the luxury of having been here through water quality, which was very long and arduous. So I knew that some of this would come back up again. These were things that were proposed and obviously are in here. I guess altogether, essentially, like the annual report, these are all things that are available, but it's just that the act of making it public or getting it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Angie, because this was quite the time when we went through this in the beginning, and it was like, well, we will not say that we will 100% do this, but we will try, or we will do our best. And so the language here reflects our best effort to have some accountability on complying and producing reports while not opening ourselves to a lawsuit if something does not happen. But the majority of it was the fact that it is available, we can do it, so it's okay to say the way it's said here.
I wouldn't say shall. That means you have to do it.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is before we changed all of that, so I'm open to changing some of the shall and must words.
Madam Chair, so.
Go ahead.
These are highlighted in red because these were, as I understand it, staff objected to these. Is that the meaning of that highlighting?
I think Craig is going to be able to describe these best.
Yeah, but they show up redline because these are changes you guys made to the original version
Okay.
that staff prepared for you. So you're seeing all your redline changes tonight.
All right.
So these ones were already done.
But these were ones we objected to.
Correct. Yes, that is
But
true.
that's
But
not
that's
what
not
the
why,
red means.
that's not why they're redline
Okay,
though.
thank
They're
you.
only redline because you had added these in.
Okay.
Same, just kidding.
Craig, you want to kind of add on those three, C, D, and E?
Yeah, so I agree with Angie that the shalls are going to be tricky. I think we can make our best effort to accomplish these three objectives, but for us to annually report on BNSF activities requires quite a bit of collaboration, and we need to get data and information from them, which may or may not be readily available. So, as far as C goes, we do report on the quality of Whitefish Lake, and we work with the Whitefish Lake Institute on an annual basis to make those reports, and we're required to through DEQ. The 303D non-compliance, that one's tricky. Again, it's like BNSF, where we're going to have to rely on permittees to give us data, and we may or may not get that. So I think to the greatest extent that we can change shalls to shoulds for these three goals or these three objectives, it would make me much more comfortable. or
I
eliminate
think-
them.
I think the idea behind.
Just strike them completely. It's
Several
fine.
of these, sorry, Craig, did I interrupt you?
No, I'm having whispers from my colleagues that say we should just strike them completely. So I think I'm being a little more liberal here, but maybe that's not the right term. Whatever we can do to make this feasible makes sense to me. And maybe the most feasible is just to strike them completely.
Well, I think the idea behind these additions was not what's feasible, but what we should be doing. Because it's like every 5 years, and those things are available even if they're difficult to get. Like some of them we said, you'll have to look through DEQ reports, but it's not like this is unavailable information. I'm okay with changing it to should, to keep the gist and the goal there. But knowing that should means for public health and safety. Isn't that what we fall back on all of this stuff? Public health and safety, we should keep it in there. So that's my 2 cents. So I guess, was there an actual motion or just a question? I don't think we just.
No, my motion was to strike all three of
Okay.
them. And I would still stand by that for whichever it seems to city staff should be struck, not to put the pressure on. But
Craig, would you just prefer these be stricken?
I just wanted to note that B and C are very similar and maybe redundant.
Yes, Alan, I would prefer they be stricken, for sure.
I would really like to see you track 303 compliance, though.
I think one of the topics we talked about when we were doing a lot of these changes, this is growth policy, big picture, 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet, is these were getting very specific in the reporting requirements that we were to do, and don't lose sight that you add reporting requirements to this, and I've got to go to council and say, hey, we got to add a position, I need taxes to go up to fund that position, or water rates to go up to fund that position. And so we are limited with all these extra reporting requirements that are coming out of the document or recommendations. And so as soon as you put a recommendation in this document, there's an expectation that we do it. Should, shall, may, consider, all of those, the expectation of the public is that we're making progress toward that. So I just think it's important we look at who is going to go and read these reports? What is it actually providing for the greater good? There are individuals that might be very interested in it, but the greater good, what are they actually trying to gain from this information of the reports that we will be taking time to prepare? Because it comes at a cost to all of us. And so that is just something I want you to think about, it's not just the reporting, but what's the purpose of the reporting and who benefits from that reporting and why?
Yeah, not to be Debbie Downer, but I am. When you put it in a growth policy, and I think I've cautioned you guys about this from the beginning, if you put it in the growth policy, you better be prepared to show why you didn't do what was in your growth policy, and what is the reason. And, the reason that, and Dana's right, who is benefiting from this, and at what cost to staff and to the taxpayers, so.
Go ahead, Scott.
So,
Go ahead, Scott.
So I was going to say, that the addition I made above in B was very deliberate, knowing that staff had objections to C, D, and E. And one thing I will say about my hopes for the Whitefish County Water and Sewer District is that if that ever does come online, and there's going to be some effort to do that, that would be a source of a great deal of the information that that C, D, and E are requiring. So that would be an acceptable substitute to me, without placing additional reporting requirements on the city. That was the intention of that.
All right, so thank you for that, Scott. So we had your motion, Marty, to delete those, and then we changed the shalls to shoulds. I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, may gives the city the decision to either do it or not do it.
So let's work on the motion to delete first, and then if that does not pass, then we'll work on adjusting it accordingly. Does that work for everyone? So the motion was made and seconded to delete C, D, and E. It was made by Marty, seconded by Mallory. All right, all those in favor of deletion, raise your hand. Okay, so 3, 4 for deleting. Okay, opposed to deletion. Okay, so 3 of us opposed.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion to insert in that space is C or something else? The city shall continue to monitor water quality in Whitefish Lake, including benchmarks, facts, threads. What I think we want is we want an obligation on the city to continue to monitor it.
That number B covers that, if you read B above that.
Where,
Yeah, I was trying to keep that as simple as possible,
oh yeah, you did.
but I'm obviously,
I like it. I think it does. I withdraw my note. I think I'm good.
All right, so I think, Alan, that's not necessary.
Yeah, I just
What you're
realized
typing.
I have to remember what's been done this time,
Okay, sorry.
so that's why I'm doing it like this.
so Alan, while you're doing that, can I ask a question?
Yes.
In terms of Marty's point about how we proceed, one question I did have for this evening is, would this be a time that the board would want to take a look at the staff objections and list, and to see if there's any reconsideration about anything, like, for example, this one was, or not? Is that something the staff would like us to, now would be the time to discuss those? Be any changes?
If you're interested in revisiting any of those ones, I think staff is happy to discuss them.
I think that's a great idea for me. However, maybe we get through our specifics
Sure.
first, and then, because that may take care of some of the staff objections. Like this-
Absolutely.
like this. Does that make sense? I think it's a great idea, though.
Yeah, I would kind of think either or, doing both, yeah.
I'm not trying to add to our workload.
Maybe if we're all happy by the time we do our specifics, we won't, but thank you for that, because it is a document that Alan has prepared that we could definitely reference. And I'm sure will be referenced at council, so, yep, in preparation for. All right, so we're still, natural resources, anything else in this area? Let's move through that section, if anybody has anything else. If not, we're gonna close that one down, okay? Yeah, environment, natural resources, and hazards. Okay.
Actually, real quick, sorry, I was scrolling through here. Under the hazards on document page 64, the PDF page 81, was there a concern about the 6 months deadline for the community wildfire protection plan?
No, we'll have that done by August, so by the time it's
Okay.
it's adopted, it's within a reasonable 6 months.
Great.
All right. Anything on housing specifically?
I have one small thing on housing.
Go ahead.
Just being cognizant of that Housing Whitefish is one of our city's better partners in terms of creating affordable housing. Daniel Sitter's comment and actually the land use section, but he's commented on it numbers of times regards the 14 M LUPA recommendations and the fact that currently the city's meeting 6 of them. I would like to give, really simply, I would like to add a note. I've drafted a note that I would like to add to the housing section, and I'll have specifics in 1 second for you, Alan, to indicate that the city will discuss each of the 14, or each of the 14 that we have currently not met. It makes no promises that we'll adopt them, but as part of a future zoning rewrite. And a lot of this is covered in the text already, but I felt it was worthwhile to specifically add it in. So let me give you the specific section. Oh, and I moved. Damn it. I moved from where I was because we were talking about hazards. So just give me 1 second. Anybody want to help me out on where the housing element goals and objectives are?
It's page 27 is where it starts.
Page 27, PDF page 38 is there. So in goal 1, objective B, there are 4 small letter counts. I would like to add a 5th one that reads, discuss adoption of each of the unmet MLUPA recommendations for land use and housing Cool.
Am I right with that
Yep, you're
language?
good. During any zoning update.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
No, just what I said basically regarding
right.
housing Whitefish.
All in favor? Raise your hand. Okay, unanimous, made by Mike and seconded by Scott. Everyone says yes. All right.
That was as fast as I could do it.
No, that was good. Sorry.
Can I at least walk through this a little bit?
Go ahead.
Discuss adoption. I would say evaluate each of the evaluate each of the unmet 14 during any zoning or growth policy update. I mean, I think that is really what we're talking about. I don't want to have to go through discussing adoption of them. I'm happy to discuss evaluation of them, which might lead to adoption of some of them. And I think that's a little better way of saying it.
Second that.
If you're okay with that, Mike.
I'm okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's been moved to change it to evaluate each of, and seconded, moved by Frank, seconded by Whitney. All in favor of this wording instead? All right. Unanimous, yes? Okay. So we're still in housing world. Anything else or close housing? Okay. All right. And land use. So transportation, we touched on very lightly, but let's go back to that. I may not be in the order that anyone else is in, but it's the order we have now at this point.
What page are we on?
So the PDF page 35, 36, and I'm not sure in the document because mine's paper. We had discussed the fact that the protected bike lanes were already added. So I just want to check back in with that and make sure that it's as we want it.
Yeah, that's H.
Okay. Traffic separated multipathways. Okay. Whenever feasible. Gosh, that's very weak language, isn't it?
It's a little bit of the let's not make the enemy of good perfect. Just saying.
Yeah.
Should be changed to is.
Could you just make it the preferred alternative? Without saying whatever feasible, it's still,
Say that again,
is that too
please, Scott.
mandatory, Alan?
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What would you think of dropping just whenever feasible?
I think you have to point your mouth towards your mic a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit. Go ahead.
Sure.
Would that make any difference?
I'm not sure I don't remember where the wherever feasible came from. It was added at some point. I don't care. It's not in red, so we must have done it. I must have done it. It's not in red, so I must have done it before it came to you in response to Whitefish High School. I'm sure that's where it came from.
Okay.
So I must have added that before it came to you, so I don't care about whenever.
It's just noted that like MDT has some restrictions on where this can go depending on the number of cross streets and things like that, because two-way traffic with bicycles, people pulling out aren't necessarily looking both ways when they cross those things. So they can be like a serious hazard in certain areas, and it just depends. There's some areas where they work great, and other areas where they don't, depending on the number of cross streets and things like that. So just FYI, and that's probably why that whenever feasible got added.
Okay, and then that can be looked at further with that, the downtown oriented plan, right? I mean, later in a different,
Are we keeping whenever feasible or not?
yes.
Okay, so we're not changing this.
I mean, it's
I'm
there.
not gonna make the motion.
Yeah, there's no motion. We were just checking to see that there's some reference to, and traffic separated multi-use pathways are the same as, sorry, I'm losing the word, but
Protected bike.
yeah, protected bike paths.
I'd like to change the verb are to is because it is singular. The subject is singular.
Traffic separated pathways are, I think it's pathways are. Traffic separated multi-use pathways are. I think it's are. I think we're good. That's a lot of stuff to describe pathways. I think. But I might be wrong. Sorry. Okay. Well, anybody else have, do you want to make a motion to change it? Okay. All right, so let's continue on through transportation. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to bring up on page 134, it looks like maybe in the PDF it's 165. And it's just kind of, I wanted to have a conversation around the 95 feet for widening Wisconsin. For some reason, I can't remember this discussion, and I just wanted to kind of have that discussion about why that was put in here. And if we want to keep that in there. Yeah, it's okay. Page 134.
The PDF top gray or?
In the red, yeah, it says the corridor plan, page 3 to 10, states the current right-of-way along Wisconsin is typically 60 feet. Widening the right-of-way to about 95 feet would be necessary to make Wisconsin into a 3-way lane highway. This would require extensive condemnation of private property by the state. So I'm just wondering, is this in there just for extra context? Because I can't remember this conversation for some reason.
Go ahead, Alan.
So that was a language added verbatim by one of the commissioners. I think our issue was about the last paragraph because there's just a subjective statement from someone that really didn't do engineering or design. They just kind of maybe guesstimated. And I think our issue was we don't know if that's correct. That was our issue. We would prefer to not say what that is if we don't really know it's true.
Go ahead.
So I guess maybe the question for staff would be, is there a different way that we should be wording this, or do you suggest striking this?
I think I'd just take out the to about 95 feet and just say widening the right-of-way would be necessary to make Wisconsin three lanes. That's adequate.
Okay, so I motion to remove to about 95 feet from this section.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of taking out to about 95 feet, raise your hand. Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay. This is, so we have the goals and objectives in the beginning, like we had talked about, Alan, thank you. But what this gives us now in this is goals and objectives and then a narrative in the back. So it's kind of a lot of jumping around at this point, which we're doing and doing well. But I just want to mention that brings us from the beginning, close to the beginning of the document to when I'm like, okay, that wraps up this. It doesn't really, because there's much more at the back end of the document, but goals and objectives. So anyway, just to say, yes, Alan.
Just so you know, we didn't have to do it that way, but we didn't want to have 30 pages you had to read to get to the goals. We agree that maybe we had all the goals and objectives up front and then have all that narrative if you want to read it in the back.
No,
There's
I
going to
love
be
it.
eventually 2 documents.
Yeah, and we're mainly concerned with the goals and objectives, but then there may be some things that we really wanted to touch on in the back. So anyway, heading on through this, that from my perspective wraps up transportation, goals and objectives, and then we talked about a little bit in the narrative in the back. Anything for economic development?
I think for economic development, I've made my feelings on this pretty clear a number of times. I think paging through this whole document and looking at the amount of red marks in this section is pretty alarming, especially when you consider that they all came from one group. And so I think that there might be things that we want to keep, but ultimately I think City Council should make that decision, and I would motion to revert the economic chapter to the original and let City Council go through all of the public comment that's been made on it, including the Heart of Whitefish changes, and to select from a full range of all of the comments what they want to add and incorporate, like we have been doing for the rest of the chapters. So my motion is to revert to staff original.
I second that.
Okay, I want to discuss by dispelling some things that have been repeated but are very much not true. This version has been called the Heart of Whitefish version because that's how it came into one document. That is not the authorship. It is simply some compilation. So it was from multiple groups, and if you take the time to look back through public comment prior to the submission of that, it basically culls all of the public comment into one document. So it's multiple different community groups, not just groups, but, you know, we're 10 o'clock at night, so I can't say all of them, but basically hundreds of people giving their information in separate documents that were posted to the public comment and then combined and then sent. And it was them as a stakeholder, a month before that they were requested to give feedback, and so they compiled. So I know it seems like it's from one group, but it was not, and I'm sorry, that was likely our mistake as a board or commission at that point to send that on through. I mean, it seems even more devious to change things before, you know, it's like this is not the correct way to do it, to take a document that's very nice and cohesive and written by multiple people and not present it as though it's that, because it is from multiple different sources, not the Heart of Whitefish. That's just the stakeholder that happened to compile all of that. So I will not support reverting work that was done by the community in total. It doesn't represent every voice, because some voices were not in keeping with what the majority of the community said, but I do not support reverting to an old draft.
To the extent it's and Marty, just so you know, the city council is going to get the edits, the original. They'll be able to sort through those things in any case. And so I can't support your motion because I think the work that was done is good work from the commission, and it was the commission's work, not the Heart of Whitefish's work. It was the commission's work is what we're looking at. The sources of where that a lot of those recommendations came from. But in any case, I think we need to be clear here that the city council is going to see all of those changes and all the original, and will be able to evaluate it as well. So it's not, and by reverting it back, it will have not gone, it will not be the commission's, what I'll call collective work that's going forward to council. And they'll be able to see, okay, this is what they did, and so there'll be that evaluation anyway. But I think this board's job is to send their best, the best opportunity or their best recommendations based on what the collective wanted to do. So anyway, I won't be able to support that because of that. So.
Madam Chair. The only thing I would add is that, of course, after that controversy erupted, it was agreed that we would come back to the council or the commission or whatever we were at that point, and go through those changes one by one, because I think it was the wholesale adoption that caused the stir, and I think I would acknowledge that was an error. So the remedy that we had was to let's go through them one by one, and we did that, and I don't think that there were a large number of changes, I think, but we gave each one of those things individual discussion and effort. I realized that Shelter WF did not agree with a lot of those conclusions. So, but I do think that there was at least given a thorough discussion and a vote on each one of those things individually. That's my only point. Thank you.
It's, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Many things can be true. The makeup of the board is currently different. Much of this would not have been adopted, or at least some of this would not have been adopted by the current makeup of this board, probably, of this commission. However, and Marty, I agree with you that I would love to just roll it back and do it all. I would like to look at each individual line item. Right now, that may not be practical given the time, given the schedule compression. Frank, I do not consider this commission, the goal is to filter the public comment down into a manageable set of things that the city council has time to handle. That's one of our roles. So saying the city council is going to consider all of this is really not. You will consider it and you will do your best, but there's a fixed amount of time that you have to do this, and there's just not enough. I don't believe there's enough time for the city council to adequately address all of the changes that were made. It's just because there are so many. This is a little more long-winded than I like to be. I do not believe that it was just a couple of people, and it wasn't just Shelter WF that does not agree with these changes. There was widespread public comment that did not agree with these changes. Some of it was misinformed, Whitney, and I'll grant you that, but most of it was people that were paying attention to what we're doing up here. And I would, like I said, I would love to roll it back. I cannot support your motion because we don't have time. Why we don't have time is well discussed, but we don't have time. So that's why I can't support it. I wish I could.
Go ahead, Mallory.
I mean, you guys all know my opinion on this. I've been very vocal about it. I just think we send a really clear message to those people who aren't able to attend every meeting, who maybe showed up at visioning sessions. If we send this to city council as is, you're just sending a message, and you can live with that. I mean, over and over again, we have these conversations, and it's become abundantly clear who matters in the room and who doesn't.
Anything further before we vote on a motion to revert to the staff version prior to multiple? I mean, I guess the motion, are you moving to revert with no changes at all, just back to clean staff draft? Because they're going to get that, but is that the motion?
It is. It seems like the most efficient way to handle a lot of concerns. So, yes.
Okay. The motion was made and seconded by Mallory. Did you second? Okay. All right. All in favor of reverting to the original staff? Raise your hand. Okay. 2 in favor of that. All opposed? Okay. All right. Thank you. So on the first page of the economic development, the one with the train and the ski slopes. So I don't.
What, the cover page?
Yeah, the color page that just begins. So it's 45 in the PDF, little gray one up top. Down at the bottom, we still have this 76% of employees who work for when last time we decided that there are two different numbers and it lands somewhere between 61 and 76, depending on. Is this beginning, so 45 is the, yeah, so it's before that.
Oh, yeah.
So we just did this at the last meeting too. We corrected where it said 76 in the text, but here it is. These picture pages are difficult to.
I got where you're
Okay.
It's up there. It's about 61 or 76%.
They're honestly just like, they're kind of hard for me to read, and I'm not sure that I'm catching everything that's on there because I'm trying to, yeah, but that one thing I do know on there. Anything further on economic development for now? Okay. All right. Move on to public facilities. I think is next in the PDF. And that starts at the PDF page 69, potentially. This is one that we spent quite a bit of time on already. Anybody have anything to add, question? Okay. So now I have that we're headed into the resource document text, which means we're going back into demographics and population projections.
I guess I have a question for Steph.
Okay.
On the 30% seasonal, and it really does bump our number up high. And so my question is, and I know it's probably been asked, but how does that make sense if those are the dark houses, right? I mean, if that's the corporations that are owning them and holding them for, appreciation, or someday that might become VRBO or whatever. I don't quite understand how that really bumps our population up that much. Projection.
It's not just the dark houses, it's the seasonal population. We have people living in motels, we have people living in campgrounds, we have people living in dark houses, we have people living in RVs. So the traditional...
You mean visiting maybe in RVs?
People, seasonal workers in the summer.
Okay.
So depending on the season, we do have, I mean, if you looked at census, it would run somewhere between 19 and 22% now. The census actually does give you seasonal residents. The projections that they give you don't count that. When we did this, way back when, we had this discussion, and our historic rate before COVID, right? After COVID, everything got really desirable, and the seasonal dropped down to that 19-23% that I was talking about. Prior to COVID, it used to be about 30%. When we have this discussion way back when, it was like in January or whatever it was, October, it was the first section that we worked on. There was the discussion about whether our numbers were too low or our numbers were too high. The direction of the council was crank it up by adding 30%. That's what we did.
That's what I don't remember.
So it was given from Mr. Cornell, gave us that direction. So
Okay.
the 30% does jive with what our historic seasonal, if you look at the housing needs assessment that was done, there's a note in there as well, where it talks about that although recently it's been 19 to 23 because of the demand, It's historically, it's been 30%. You can change the numbers. I'd have to go back and rework all the numbers.
No,
That
that's
would
not.
change all of our projections for the whole plan. It was a fair estimate. I thought it was a clever, me personally, it wasn't my idea. To us, it seems to work.
So maybe what I wasn't getting, are you saying that this is workforce housing, seasonal workforce?
No,
demand?
it's people that don't live here full-time, right? We've got about 30% of our population, of all the units, 5,700 units that we have in the city, about 30% of those units are not occupied full-time. Not talking short-term rentals, just talking people that, dark homes, people that live in motels, about 30%, 22% now is seasonal workers.
Okay.
I mean, we could go around and around with
No,
the numbers.
I just, I really didn't
30% is
understand.
that buffer that we gave
Okay.
to try to make sure that our numbers, because remember, there was quite a robust discussion about whether the numbers were too low or too high, and this took it to a number that it seemed like everybody could nod their heads and live with. 3,000 to 5,000 people. And I guess I could say this, if you looked at, let's say 5,000 people, okay? Because those numbers that you have all throughout the document, 3,000 to 5,000 people. If you look at our population growth between 2000 and 2020, it was roughly, we went from 5,000 to 8,000. It was about 50% growth over 20 years. If you take 5,000 people and you add that, it's roughly 50% over 20 years. So it's roughly the same population growth.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I lived
I'm not
this
trying to
way
belabor
too
it.
much.
I just didn't quite understand. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Let's have anything that people have on the end of the document, beginning of the document. I have no more specifics to ask. We're now into the long, beautiful narrative at the back. So, anything further? Okay.
Understand, I never had an intent for it to be a 300-page document.
That's
I hope
fine.
you understand that.
Here we are. So we're gonna have to figure out the best way to close this. From my perspective, we're very close to saying this is a plan that we are sending to council, and whatever form we do that, because we have some options to say, yes, we recommend this, yes, we recommend this part, whatever, as a whole. So that is something that I think that we're capable of doing tonight, based on how much of this we've gotten through, the fact that I'm not hearing anyone raising further discussion on anything. I just don't want it to be that I'm cutting anything short. So I kind of think we should take 5 minutes and then we'll come back to vote on sending, I don't know,
Let's do it this way. I will make a motion that we should approve the document as revised this evening for recommendation to the city council.
Alan.
That would include last week's revisions as well,
Yes.
right? Okay.
And this week's revisions, and every week's revisions.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion?
I think I've made clear my thoughts on the section that I find problematic. I still do. I don't really want to get into it with arguing with people or saying anything that's rude. So I don't know what my options are. To me, it is not my best work. I guess I didn't have much of a hand in drafting the economic chapter. It's not something I support. I would be fine with supporting the rest of the text, and not an expert, so I don't know what my option is with that, but that's where I stand.
The recommendation from the Planning Commission to the council must be the document as a whole. So Marty, you have the option of not voting in favor of recommending it as presented, or voting with the group, and so that's really your options. According to state law, the Planning Commission recommends the document. So you guys are taking that action tonight, that you are recommending the growth policy and future land use map as a recommendation to council as a whole.
Let me argue just one way or the other. I want you to do whatever you want to do. Marty, the way we have worked as a planning board prior to this incarnation and in the past is not everybody necessarily agrees with every part of every one of these PUDs or anything else. But on total, they say, okay, I can support that. And they do that with the idea that they are perfectly willing to caveat their vote. I support it all. I will not support, or not. I will inform the public and I will inform the council that I do not support this section and why. And so you're not going to lose your option to have that voice and to have it as a member of the planning board, because you'll be able to make that argument to council, and it'll be received. And so just, I mean, I'm just giving you some food for thought. So there you go.
Has this been seconded?
It has
Yeah.
been made and seconded by Scott. Did you second, Scott? I think. Yes, so made and seconded. And I'll just add that there will be sections that I will go to council and, state, I don't like the outcome of this, or this is not what we intended, or we were rushed. And I fully anticipate the majority of us will do that. But we can send the document forward, support a motion to do that, and say the parts that were too harried, too rushed, not a product of the full board, because we weren't all here through the whole thing, and council knows that. So unless somebody has something else to say, let's go ahead and call the question.
Oh, yes. It's just, this will be very brief. It's really an unfortunate set of choices to have, to approve something that is, that you don't really think was treated properly. I don't know what's worse, for the Planning Commission to submit an approval. Like, I don't know how to vote, because I don't want to submit an approval that that includes large sections that I just don't agree with. As a commission, there's a lot of work here, and if each of us ends up, if the response is that each of us is going to go to city council and then basically say, here's all the things we don't agree with, we haven't accomplished anything. We just haven't accomplished anything. We've got a big document that we made changes to, and each of us will then go and make statements to the city council. There seems to be very little agreement. I don't know what the solution is. I'll end up voting to approve the plan, because there's a lot of good in it. And the editorial remark, I think the work that has gone into the plan by staff is beyond exceptional. And it's 300 pages or more because it needed to be. Maybe it could have been more concise, but given all the input, it's 300 pages because that's what it came out to be, with a lot of very good public input. So my 2 cents is, it's unfortunate that we can't vote by section what to send, but we can't. So if we have to vote on the whole, I'll end up voting to approve it.
I'd like to say that the council will have every ability to strike whatever they want to strike and change things as they choose.
Mallory, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm kind of on the same page as Marty. I think staff's done a phenomenal job. I think they've done a great job engaging the public. I've been pretty disappointed around the ways in which certain voices are leveraged over the voices that aren't able to make it every week. And so because of that, there's a lot, even outside of the economic development, that pretty bums me out pretty good. So I will not be voting in support of the document.
All right, seems like we've heard from everyone, so let's go ahead and take a vote. The motion is to submit the document, the growth policy as a whole to council for approval. Correct? Okay. All in favor?
Do vote to approve, but I do want to take another second to express my serious concern with that particular section, and I appreciate Frank letting me know that that was an option as somebody who's new to this, but yeah.
So you voted yes to approve? Okay, yeah, for sure. And so against or opposed was Mallory and Mike? No, just Mallory. Okay, 4. Just Mallory. All right. Do you have that, Michelle? And I think my agenda was gone, but likely now we have matters from commission. I mean, yeah, this is definitely not over. We still have several meetings to go, some work left to do, zoning left to do. We can all express our excitement, discontent, whatnot at council and meetings as a member of commission, member of public, however you want to present yourself. Is that right, Dana?
Yes,
Okay.
you are able to come present to the city council meeting that we will be having on March 2nd. On March 2nd, the work session will be to review the changes that were made during the last 2 public hearings for council to bring them up to speed, though the public hearing is that evening as well, so it just gives us a little extra time with council outside of the regular meeting. There's only one other item on the agenda, a couple items on the agenda, but nothing significant to make sure they have the time. So yes, if you have individual comments that you'd like to prepare and provide for council, you can do so in written form. Or come in person. We will have Zoom available, though it's not guaranteed. Technical issues can occur, so I always like to put that out there. But I will say on behalf of staff, thank you for all of your hard work. This is not an easy process. It wasn't an easy process in 2005 through 2007, so you've made a big step today getting through that document. It's not perfect, but this document will not be perfect with the timeline we have by the state. And so we know that this will be updated, and not in 5 years, but it will go through revisions as we go through potentially even zoning, and as we go through the next year. Alan's got a job security is what I'm saying. So, and it really is, if he wants it any better. But really, thanks to staff and you guys for all the hard work that you have done. It's not an easy task.
Can I say one quick thing? On the notes from the commission, whatever. So I don't have a great writing background, but I have dabbled in various, teaching, writing, editing, writing for various things. And I just wanted to give a nod to Alan that the quality of writing in all of these chapters has been really, really excellent and really great. So on that level, on top of all the other levels, these have been really wonderful documents, and thank you for all your hard work.
And I'd like to say thank you to staff and the rest of us commissioners for all the work and hours we put in. And Alan, I'm really glad that you bought a house here in Whitefish. So welcome aboard.
Still debating if that was a good idea. No, I didn't buy a house at Whitefish.
Oh, you
Bought a
didn't?
house in Kalispell. You can't afford Whitefish. You kidding me?
wanted to ask you questions about the growth policy at the grocery store.
I'm on his
Scott, go
homeowners
ahead.
association board.
Still can't get away from Scott, though.
All right, any further matters from commission? We'll see each other again. Don't feel like
Do
this
we have,
is
will we have action items next, at our next regular meeting? Do you know?
The variance was withdrawn.
So the 2 that were
the-
carried over,
the-
I'm sorry, the 1.
Yeah, the floodplain variance and the
Okay.
zoning variance were withdrawn. I don't know what else, I can't remember what else is on the agenda. I think, well, the 2 PUDs are on there, but the action item, I think that's the only variance request, but maybe there was 2, I can't remember. There might be one other variance on there.
So I do want to clarify, Dana, sorry, I wasn't clear in asking this. If we come to speak at the March 2nd public hearing, does it matter if we appear as a commissioner, as an individual, use an alias, doesn't matter?
I mean,
We can
I
just-
don't think individually you can claim to represent the board, but you can say you're on the committee,
On
but
the
you're coming
commission.
as a citizen to speak, yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear about how to present ourselves if we come, because we'll be giving feedback from our time on the commission, so.
Yes, it's very important
Right.
to speak and say, this is my opinion. I am a member of the commission, but this
Okay.
is my opinion. I'm not speaking for the board.
All right. Any other matters from staff? Well, we have our new meeting agenda from you last time, so we will not meet tomorrow, so we'll see our next meeting will be March 18th. Is that correct?
Tentative, yes,
Tentative,
but that is
okay.
the plan.
All right. All right. Adjourn? Everyone? Yes. All right. Thank you all.